Welcome back. It's a Monday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
How's it going, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Currently 31 degrees right now. So much for no more snow this season.
Yeah.
Man, that got insane yesterday.
Yeah, a little bit.
Right? Like, I don't know. I was on the east side all day, and it was grappling.
Yeah.
It was blizzarding.
Oh, windy.
And so we went from 60 on Friday.
Yeah, it was nice.
Into a blizzard yesterday. And it will be 60 again on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And up in the 50s tomorrow and Thursday. I don't know. By the way, your far too long out parade forecast. Saturday, the St. Patrick's Day parade, cloudy and 46 right now.
Oh, that's not bad.
So, yeah, that's it. Well, compared to, 100%, buddy. All right, look, we got to start by talking about someone in this room. And I don't want to do this.
What happened?
I don't want to do this. But it goes along with something you called her last week. Because Kimmy got, I think, were you offended when Tommy called you a housewife last week?
It was weird because you say I'm not good at doing those traditional things, but then you called me a housewife, so I'm just very, very confused.
I guess I was shopping. We were talking about something about feeding your husband, wasn't it?
That's usually when her husband comes up what we're talking about,
Right.
feeding him.
And I was shocked that you didn't do this for your. I think it was.
And then you go, "You're a housewife," and then you said it twice later in the show as well. I wasn't counting or anything.
Well, rest assured, Tommy and everyone listening,
What happened?
that Kimmy is not even close to a housewife.
Well, what happened?
Well, look, I feel bad for her husband because I feel like he doesn't have anyone to let it out to when he's got problems at home.
Okay.
Well, I've shared on the show before. I think me and your husband are the only ones that still use Snapchat.
You must be.
Yep, because that's our primary source of conversing with each other. And he sent me a picture yesterday, Tommy.
What was he grilling?
Well, it wasn't what he was grilling.
What?
Apparently, he has sheets at the firehouse that he has to take care of or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
So he
Bed
bring them
sheets?
home.
Bring your own.
Yeah.
He brings his own
sheets.
Oh, okay,
and
bed
stuff.
sheets. I got
Yeah,
it.
so he brought him home. He had him in a tub, and he washed him. And your husband asked you a favor.
Yes,
What
he
did he-
said because I was washing our bedding, so his was already in the washer dryer.
Okay.
So he said, "Hey, can you take it out for me and take it out of the dryer when you start your wash?"
He said he asked you to take it out and fold it for him.
Never said that.
Okay, well, here we go.
It was an argument yesterday.
Okay.
So I took it out and I put it in his bin that he takes to work.
So he sends me a picture.
Yeah.
He goes, ask Kimmy to take this out and
I
fold
also
it. And
wanna
it is
point
just
out-
it looks like a cloud sticking out of a bin. It's just like she was like,
I also want to point out
So you just took it out of the dryer, threw it
Threw
in
it in the
like
bin.
a laundry bin, and just left it like
it wasn't a laundry bin. It was like a bin that it's like a tote. You
Oh,
know what I
okay.
mean? With the cover on
Sure,
it and
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Sure.
I also want to point out that he bought the world's smallest bin for a comforter and sheets.
okay, see, now you're just taking shots you
Because
knew you did wrong.
we bought this bin together. I'm like, you're going to need a bigger bin. As they're not going to fit
My
in
favorite
there.
line from Jaws.
And so I'm like, he can smush it in here. It's never going to fit.
Well, by the way, I mean, it's just going into a firehouse. Those
Yeah.
guys don't care how things look,
Okay.
right?
You try folding the fitted sheet.
I mean, it's just bunks, right? I'm guessing.
No, I get it. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
It's what we as men would be expected to do versus what Kimmy thinks she should get away with, right? Because if my wife asked me to take stuff out of the laundry for her, I know that has to be folded or I'm going to get yelled at.
Yeah.
Is that a fair statement?
Oh, yeah.
Like if I were to even present my wife with a basket of non-folded laundry after she asked me to take it out, it's implied, inferred, whatever, that when that laundry gets to my wife, that it has been folded. So the fact that you, Kimmy, as a wife of a
wouldn't have
as
fit
a
in
wife
the
of a
bin
hero, as a
if
wife
it
of a
was
hero,
folded.
He's a hero.
I just want to say one thing. God bless America. That you did not fold his sheets, even though he said he asked you to fold
I
the sheets.
just want to point out
Go ahead.
that he did not fold his sheets either. So why was I going to fold?
But he's calendar boy. He shouldn't have to fold his own sheets.
I mean, if you're watching the live stream right over our head, no shirt. He ain't got time to fold his sheets, taking his shirt off like that.
Plenty of time to fold his sheets.
I just find it weird that
Also,
you
I
wouldn't-
want to point out I was washing our bedding at the time.
Okay. Is that a hard thing to do?
Well, there's a lot to it.
I'm sorry.
A lot of layers.
Well, it's interesting that you're washing your bedding.
Our bedding
that you share
we
with him.
share.
That you share with him, and
His
he's also
gross ass pillowcases.
he's also washing his bedding that he has to bring to a firehouse where he also sleeps to fight
Yeah,
fires.
and I took him out and I put him in his bin so he didn't
Just
forget him.
Shucked it in there, like you were like you're sending bananas to America. There you go. Hope there's no tarantula in there. I'm disappointed in you. I'm disappointed in
I
you.
don't know. It's an unnecessary step in the process of sheets.
Did you fold your sheets? The home
No,
sheets?
because I put them back on the
Okay.
bed.
Oh, you only have one pair of sheets? One set of sheets?
We have two, but there's one that I like better than the other, so I just
hate
stick with
women.
that same set of
I
sheets.
hate women in sheets. I hate it.
I hate women in sheets.
Well, bro, because like my wife does the same thing.
Well,
Should
we have like a nice pair. I mean, like we have like the softer pair of sheets that I use.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would think sheets are wasted on sweaty men.
They are. They are.
Like, why would you
Because
buy high-end? Why would you buy high-end
So,
sheets that you're just going to turn yellow
I
with your
learned my
oozy
lesson.
backs?
I learned my lesson
Can
there.
I just say, Rob, sorry. That nice. How did you put it?
Why would you waste nice sheets on sweaty men?
Sounds
He's
like the
right.
name of a book that's actually like deeper than you imagine it would be at like
Okay.
Barnes and Noble. Like you'd see the cover and you'd open it up and it's like the philosophical difference between men and women. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, I did not prepare for this.
I learned my lesson there because I had asked for like nice sheets for at my wedding shower. Like sheets that I would not buy for myself. They were just
High
the
thread.
nicest, softest sheets you
Shut
could
up,
ever imagine.
bitch. High thread.
High thread?
Bitch ass bitch. Don't you get the high thread? She gotta get the gypsy
I don't sleep on
cat.
anything under 300.
That's a terrible way to talk about your mom.
They didn't. I don't know if they lasted a full year before my husband's gross ass, rough ass feet tore a hole in them.
Why are you being so mean to your husband right now?
Because I don't know why he's being so picky about his sheets when he's ruined multiple pairs of sheets in our house.
Okay, all right.
They either get stained or like cut holes through.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Kimmy's husband last night sends me a picture of a pair of sheets, set of sheets for the firehouse, you know, where he works. He asked Kimmy, hey, listen, could you fold this sheet for me after it gets out of the dryer because you're already doing laundry? And the picture is a bin, no fold, just jammed in this bin that he's got to take back to the firehouse. Kimmy says it caused a fight last night in the house.
Well, he's like, I told you to fold them. I was like, they're not going to fit in this bin either way, so you're just going to shove it in the bin and put the top on it.
So romantic, this one. Shut up, put the top on the bin. I love you so much. Let me ask you this question, Kimmy, because, you know, you would fold the sheets, Tommy.
Yeah.
I would fold the sheets without even being asked. When it comes to being a housewife and a homemaker, and this is really where this started, what do you think your best homemaker attribute is?
I'm really good at cleaning, like scrubbing stuff.
You're always dressed for it. Like, you could go right in right now. Get
I
that
could.
tub. Hit it.
Like, I do want to ask her for extra soaps like I'm walking down the
Yes.
hallway in a hotel.
I
That's how
think-
she's always dressed.
I think it's almost, I have to check myself sometimes because I don't like anything sitting out. Like, I want nothing on the counter,
You're not
nothing
a clutter
on the
person.
table,
You don't like clutter.
nothing on like my husband's laundry is sitting like on the sofa. It drives me insane.
Okay. I feel like you're just saying this to try and get Tommy back on your side.
No,
right now.
I
and it's
am.
working because I can see the
Well,
stupid
you know
look.
what it is?
You just make a couple good points all of a sudden.
I had a job where I cleaned and it would get inspected and you had to clean like every little crevice of everything. And I think that that's just in my
Okay.
brain now.
Okay. All right. So you keep a clean home.
Yeah.
All right. Tommy, what would you say your best housewife attribute is?
Mine?
Yeah.
Same. I'm orderly. Like, everything has to be. I drive my wife crazy because, like, when I put things away, like groceries,
Okay.
everything has to be rotated. All the labels have to be facing forward. It's like when I used to stock shelves. So it's just I'm
See, I think it's like work related almost.
like all my closets are all lined up to color. Socks,
Well, that
underwear,
makes sense though,
belts.
with all the time you spend inside them.
Yeah,
Organizing the
I
closet.
make extremely clean and organized.
Okay. All right.
That's it. But that's about all I bring.
Well, no, I mean, like you cook.
I go.
You cook, right? You keep things clean, right? Okay, and that's pretty good.
I'm quite a woman.
And I guess housewife is the wrong way to put it. House person, would that be the way we say it now? Because, I mean, as much as women still do more on average, based on a study we talked about a couple of weeks ago, I mean, household chores are split right down the middle.
Yeah.
Right? At least close to the middle.
Do you think it almost comes down to what bothers you more is what
Yeah.
what chore you're usually stuck with?
That's a good question. So, like, for you, unfolded does not bother you.
No.
All right, like, if your husband asked you to get his, like, do his regular laundry, like, hey, honey, I'm running.
My husband is a laundry person. Like he does laundry if not every day, every other day.
You have to. You have to. Hashtag no days
insane.
off. Hashtag no days off. As as a fellow workout person, you can't
Yeah.
not do.
Well, don't you just
Yeah.
buy more workout wear?
That's
And
what
then
I
just
say.
buy enough so you only have to wash it once a week.
It costs money, man.
Oh, for God's sakes, the way y'all blow money, your generation.
That was a joke, right?
What are you talking about?
That was a
What
joke.
do I blow money on?
I don't know. Pineapples of different colors. Those boots.
They're not in season right
No, it sucks. What exotic seafood did you eat at your house this weekend?
I
What's in season?
did not see your mother all weekend.
Like, this is the only show at commercial breaks where one of the co-hosts will go like, you know what? Insert weird fish I'm gonna buy from Pittsburgh Wegmans this weekend. I blow money. Get out of my face. I'm the most base human being you ever met in your life.
Your faces.
Shut up. Like,
Base face.
Are you bragging? I'm so base.
I am. Well, no, I don't know what I'm arguing anymore. No, that stuff gets expensive. Kimmy, you know how expensive your husband's workout clothes
But
are?
you can buy that
Yeah.
stuff cheap because you're just gonna.
You can buy the expensive stuff cheap.
Well, see, okay, I make this argument, but he's like, no, the quality. The
He's right.
quality.
Oh, you're doing squats for God's sake,
Bro, he's got thick thighs. I got thick thighs. As powerful thigh gentlemen, if you buy cheap workout clothes, those thighs disintegrate in a matter of weeks.
But here's the thing: you don't even work out at a gym. You work out at home.
No, I go to the gym sometimes.
But it seems like most of the time you work out in your basement.
It's about comfort, man.
Jesus Christ, you go work out in your britches.
No, I used to work out shirtless, but my kids would come down, and I felt weird about that.
Well, you could put a damn t-shirt.
Well, no, you just said you can work out in your. What am I gonna do? Underpants and a t-shirt like I'm Pooh Bear?
You could. What did it say?
My kids, I just told you. All right, the bottom line is this, right? You need to meet the expectations of your spouse. If your spouse's expectations are reasonable, and I think, Kimmy, that it's reasonable to assume you would have folded your hero husband's sheets for him to take back to the firehouse where he's saving people's lives.
Maybe next time.
Okay.
We'll see.
We got a dynamite. We're trying to help Kimmy with her marriage because I don't want her moving in. Kind of break it for you this morning here on CMF, just after 7:25, 7:30 this morning. This man is a hero.
Oh.
He's a villain. He might be both at the same time.
Really?
Look, nobody wants to see someone that makes minimum wage getting chewed out by a person that has a complaint.
Mm.
And this man took that to the nth degree in downtown Rochester late last week.
Oh.
However, the issue that he has is one that we've all dealt with and one that will infuriate you when you get home, open the bag, and realize something isn't there. When you find out what this man did, wasn't violent?
Yeah.
What wasn't? I mean, would you call it aggressive, Kimmy?
I mean, he was dedicated. He was dedicated to getting what he felt he deserved.
The hero we might need,
Yeah.
and the villain we might hate,
Oh.
all at the same time, just after
dude.
7:30 here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tom,
Yeah.
you know, when marijuana became legal in the state of New York, and they announced that they were going to have these dispensaries, right? Towns, villages were allowed to opt in or opt out of selling marijuana. And one town that opted in was the town of Henrietta. Henrietta has pounced on this opportunity. There's a story from over the weekend we're going to tell you. And it's possible that this suburb, south of the city of Rochester, has now become Weed Town, USA.
Damn.
And we'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. There is a town in our area that will be held up as an example.
Oh.
Either a disaster as to why you should not have done this, or a shining beacon as to the benefits of letting this happen in your area. And we're not going to know for a little while. But one thing is for sure. This southern suburb has fully embraced the idea of legal marijuana dispensaries. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45-ish. Another one of these showed up over the weekend. And there's been like 6 or 7 in the last 18 months, and we never really got to the bottom of why these things keep getting to the bottom of this place in Rochester.
Oh.
And we'll tell you what went down just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. It was announced over the weekend.
Yeah.
Henrietta has approved its 3rd cannabis dispensary in their town.
And the Jeff is on fire, baby. You're going to have to rename it the Green Mile.
This one
Yeah.
will be the old Key Bank in the Southtown Plaza. No word on when it's going to be open, but Henrietta has now put itself on the forefront of the Rochester marijuana
Man,
game.
they are so
Yeah.
goddamn smart.
So
They're getting it rolling.
put a pin in that. I want to give some details first just for context. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Not only, if we're not mistaken, are they the only town with a permanent dispensary up and running, right? That sounds right?
I think they have multiple.
They have 3.
Yeah.
Yes, they have the one on Jefferson in the Genesee Valley Regional Market, one down the road off Jefferson in the old IHOP, and now this one is off Jefferson in the old Key Bank. And all of these dispensaries, I believe, are within a mile of each other.
That IHOP is the brilliant move because there's probably still a faint smell of pancake in there.
Did anyone else have Henrietta, New York
Nope.
as the pot capital of New York State before this
No,
started?
but it all makes sense just based on
What's
like
there?
the cross section of people there too, because you have everything from like a lot of people that work in Henrietta to college
Burnouts.
kids in Henrietta.
Okay, but the college kid's interesting because, in New York State, you have to be 21. So that does narrow it down to like kids that are in the
That's
middle of their
true.
junior going into their senior year.
Yeah, but you could have a bud.
Okay, no, that would be illegal and you should not do
You
that.
should not do that.
God, you're such an idiot.
Bud.
It makes more sense than we realize. Because, first off, Henrietta is perfectly set up for this, right?
Yeah.
There is retail in Henrietta. There is retail Henrietta, and then there's small town Henrietta. Where these dispensaries are operating on Jefferson Road, up and down Jefferson, no one really lives there. So it's not like folks can get upset that there is legal drug dealing just down the street from their home. Second, it's replacing these dispensaries, retail space that's been lost over the last couple of years. Like you just heard, 2 of the dispensaries that went in are going in prominent big-time locations where the businesses just didn't make it.
Yeah.
Like that IHOP was an eyesore, empty for a very long time, and now it's a thriving, legitimate business right on a street corner. And that along that last line, Henrietta is leaning into new ideas to replace the old one. Like, because I live in Henrietta, the taxes are ridiculously low.
Yeah.
It's great. And the reason for that, the mall.
Yeah.
The mall kept the taxes low. All the retail kept the taxes low. Well, the mall is changing, right?
But it ain't empty.
But Bed Bath & Beyond went away. I can name 15 stores retail-wise up and down Jefferson Road that have closed over the last couple of years. But they're embracing change. They embraced Amazon, for better or for worse. They're embracing this marijuana thing. Henrietta, it seems, has no problem taking risks, banking on new ideas.
Well, look what they did with the Dome.
It's a great call.
Let's turn it into a indoor pickleball country club.
Look, I mean, for as
Brilliant.
Yeah, for as you say, uncultured as Henrietta is.
Oh, it has no culture.
Like they are very progressive when it comes to ideas.
They
on
want to
how
make money.
Yeah,
And
yes.
They're open for business.
I was gonna say, and when they do have those ideas, it seems like they get the ball rolling pretty quick. Like, I am amazed at how quickly these dispensaries are opening up as compared to like other places that voted yes to sell marijuana.
And I think you can make the argument too. And again, the numbers will eventually show because there's going to be time here to see how this works out. That the other businesses in Henrietta are going to benefit from these 3 dispensaries because, like we said, right now, if you want to buy it legally, the only town you can go to in the greater Rochester area is Henrietta. So you would think, Tommy, if you're pulling people out to Jefferson Road at one of these 3 places, those people are also going to spend money at other businesses,
That's how
restaurants,
it works.
right?
That's how you build business.
And if you are one of these dispensaries, if people are already making a trip to Henrietta to shop, to get dinner, and they're curious, maybe these dispensaries are benefiting from people already being in the town. I mean, I'm no like city planner, but this is a pretty damn impressive run here.
Yeah.
So, Kimmy, you had said as we talk about another marijuana dispensary opening up in Henrietta, it'll be their third one, all of them off of Jefferson Road. You said you made your first trip inside a legal dispensary for the first time.
Of course she did. First in line.
Well, no.
She don't fold sheets. She don't take care of her man, but she's down at the weed barn.
So, yeah, I went to check out one of these places.
Go down to the weed barn.
I went to check out one of these places a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you're afraid to go because you've never been, don't be, because it's a pretty welcoming experience.
Hi, I'm Kimmy from Weed Barn.
Because I had no idea what to expect. You go there, they check your ID kind of in this front room, and then they let you in to go look at all the products. And there's somebody there kind of asking you what you're looking for. They'll help guide you through it if you're completely, if you have no idea where to start.
Okay. All right.
I thought it was a kind of a very unique, cool experience.
Because here's the thing, you and I, we don't smoke, we don't do edibles, we're scared of it. But I do want to see it.
Yeah, I would say just go look at it.
Well, no, not that it was sketchy. I'm
saying it's not sketchy. It's very you described it as pretty nice.
Yeah.
Why would you have thought it was sketchy?
Well, I think people have it in their mind it's sketchy because it's dope.
People?
It's narcotics.
Bro, these what these people paid for their licenses,
I know.
Right? Mm-hmm. What they're paying for the product. With businesses like this, you can't afford to be sketchy.
No, but I think a lot of people have shady in their head.
All right.
Don't you think?
Yeah, no, a lot of people. Thank God you're speaking for them and not, you. No, but I hate walking into small businesses and not buying anything.
You always feel guilty walking out.
Yeah, but I'm not going to use any of it, and I don't want to be
thank you for your time.
Yes.
I ain't giving you nothing.
Do they sell a Zippo lighter I could buy? I'll buy one of those, I guess.
I wonder if it's unique, though. I wonder if there are people that just kind of go look at it because they'd never been before. Maybe it's not that weird to walk in and not walk out with anything.
I just don't want to be hey, thanks a lot, scumbag. Waste my time. Come in here, kicking over all my weed displays. Yeah. So, Henrietta, for better or for worse, has something going on right now.
What's Jeff doing?
Okay. This is going to be the test case for everyone else in the greater Rochester area, because when marijuana became legal, if you remember, in New York State, towns, villages, cities had the opportunity to opt in to dispensaries in their town and opt out. And the rule was if you opted out, or if you opted in, you could never opt out ever again. It was going to be there forever.
Yeah.
If you opted out, you could eventually opt in if you wanted to, but until you opted in, your county, town, your town, village, city would not get your share of the legal marijuana tax revenue. Okay. With that being said, Greece, a very similar town to Henrietta, opted out.
Totally dropped the effing ball.
And then what was strange about it is they had a couple of meetings that we didn't hear about, and then the town board just decided we don't want it.
Right.
It's not a guarantee that this is going to work for Henrietta. You realize that, right?
Yeah.
I know we think it's going
every
to.
business is
Everybody's
like that.
got
It's a
their eye
risk.
on them. Yeah.
I think there might be more risk to this.
Right.
Just because one of the negative connotation that 6 in 10 New Yorkers still have about legal marijuana, right? I mean, there are a lot of people in the state who still despise the idea of legal cannabis. 2, I mean, any bad thing that happens in any of these dispensaries are going to be magnified times 10, right? A robbery, an incident, a fight, somebody getting in trouble with it afterwards. Somebody accidentally managing to buy underage even though the store did everything they could not to. So those stories could put the brakes on this idea that this is saving the town. But it is interesting, a town like Greece that has had the same retail issues as Henrietta isn't looking at this and going, we got to do everything we can right now to change it.
And they got to be killing themselves right now.
You mean kicking themselves?
Killing themselves, whatever.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far. But calm down, Greece.
Kick yourself. Start out kicking yourself. But yeah, I mean, you're losing all that money. And you're the biggest suburb. Think of how many people from Greece are going down there and depositing their money on the Jeff.
Especially because, again, and we've talked about this, Greece also took a hardline stance against the illegal dispensaries. The state said they were going to. Greece police themselves were going in and shutting these places down left and right. So, you don't even have an option, it seems, in Greece right now.
And to your point, Henrietta, kind of like that perfect, kind of almost central location to a lot of places where you're not going too far out of your way to get there.
Right off the thruway. Come on down to the Green Mile, Jefferson Road.
I love that Green Mile.
It is also interesting that those all three of these dispensaries chose these locations because they're competing with each other within a mile.
But there's so much traffic on that road, man.
I understand. But Henrietta's a bigger place than you realize.
Yeah, because a lot of it's hidden.
Well, but there's also a ton of stores on West Henrietta. Mm-hmm. There's a ton of stores on East Henrietta. Yeah. Calkins Road gets busy. Lehigh Station, right? I mean, like all of these places.
The thing, though, is if you're going to one of these places, you're probably seeking it out. It's not just like you drive by it and you might not even know which one's the dispensary. You know what I mean? Okay. Like it doesn't scream. Like it doesn't. You'd have to know it was there to know what it was.
You think so? Sense?
Yeah, because
did you go to which one did you go to?
What was the first
regional market one?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And
well,
that one
you have to go
tucked
find.
away.
Yes.
Yeah, and again, like just from the signage and everything, you probably wouldn't know what it was.
The old IHOP, you can tell is a dispensary when you drive by. Because I believe it says dispensary on the sign.
Does it? Right. Okay.
And it's green.
Yeah.
So you know.
It's gonna have something in the name. It's gonna tell you.
It's also funny, like what that plaza's become. Like Southtown. Okay, well, it's talking about where this one's going with the Key Bank at Southtown Plaza. Southtown Plaza's become a shell of itself. Old Navy moved. So did Burlington Coat Factory. Like, there's a ton of empty space.
Well, one time all those computer stores were down there, and then that went away.
Copyware.
Yeah.
Right? But, like, the plaza that has the Rise dispensary in it, you have Wendy's across the street.
Oh, yeah.
You have the bike shop. You have McDonald's. You have the Clubhouse Fun Center. You have a furniture store, and you have BJ's right there. That's BJ's back there, right?
BJ's, yeah.
Like it's not like a section of like seedy bars. You know what I mean? Like it's just regular retail, and there's a dispensary plopped right in there.
Yeah.
Which is also, if I'm going to be honest, and now I realize it sounds small-minded, not what I expected. I expected there would be like an area where they would fit in. Do you get what I'm saying?
I guess it's so socially acceptable, though.
To 6 in 10 New Yorkers, 4 in 10.
But I'm saying, like in Henrietta, if they're putting it right there, I mean, it seems like they're pretty comfortable with it.
252 WCMF 252-9263 announcement over the weekend. Again, Henrietta approved its third cannabis dispensary. Not only are all three of these dispensaries within about a mile of each other off of Jefferson Road. Not only is Henrietta the only town to have a dispensary, they have 3 of them, right? So all 3 legal permanent dispensaries, if we are not mistaken, in the greater Rochester area currently reside in Henrietta. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF at the Break Room Facebook page. Jack writes us, I live in Irondequoit. I had no reason to go to Henrietta ever. Now I go to Henrietta once a week for the dispensary that's in the old IHOP. I like it a lot there. And yes, I'm spending money when I'm in Henrietta after that.
Look at that, see? It's all his retail done now.
Okay, can I ask another potentially stupid question?
Yeah.
Are these places putting themselves on Jefferson Road because of the fast food options on Jefferson Road?
Why not? I mean, it's nothing but fast food. It all works.
Like, are you getting your product from the dispensary?
People are going to the fast food places first or after?
Well, like, think about it. Like, you go to the dispensary, you know what you're about to do when you get home. Mm-hmm. So, like, you make that trip. Yeah, Taco Bell, Sonic, Dairy Queen, McDonald's, Wendy's.
Get my bucket right there. Let's do this.
Five Guys, baby.
So, like, a soccer mom could be on her daily run and then hit the weed bank.
Yeah, I guess.
Token Tammy down at the weed bank.
I will say, going to this place, the cross-section of people from all walks of life.
Yeah, which is good.
Yeah,
that's what you want.
There wasn't like one standard person,
Lamos,
customer.
burnouts, uptighters.
I do find it interesting, though, as we compare the rollout of legal marijuana to alcohol and the way that that's sold. Like, Kimmy, you said your ID was checked before you walked in the building.
Yeah, you go and there's like a security desk there and they check your ID.
So you would assume if I had a kid, I can't walk in there?
No, okay. I think you have to,
But I could do that at a liquor store.
Yeah, you can. But at one time you couldn't.
When did that change?
I don't know.
Don't call me. I'm not advocating to allow kids to walk around. I find it interesting the side-by-side of how they deal with this versus how they're dealing with alcohol.
Yeah.
Because, like, I could walk into...
You can go to Century Liquor and put your kid in the basket and shop. You can. I've seen it. Yeah.
Hey, it's just weird. Like, no kids in here. Hey, you like Captain Morgan? Well, pretty cool pirate ship they got up there, huh, kid?
It kind of looks like a big kid's store, just with liquor bottles.
Yes, no, you're right. I'm 37 and I still want to climb in that pirate ship.
You can have a kid in a liquor store, but up until what age? Because, like, I wouldn't be able...
If I was my dad, I remember being like 15, 16,
really?
going to a liquor store.
I've
and
seen
they didn't
little
like
kids
flag somebody as like trying to buy it for some. You know what I mean? I wonder though if
I don't know.
If you get to a point where you're too old to go in, but not old enough.
I don't know. I mean, if I don't have an ID when I'm 15, I'm 12. Prove me I'm wrong.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break. We think we know why this has been happening, but we can't be sure why this has been happening because I guess if you're trying to disperse evidence, this would be an easy way to do it, but you don't really need to do that. The odds of this person getting in trouble, very slim based on cases we've seen before. Yet, despite that, this is like the 6th, 7th case in the last 18 months of this going down. And when we say going down, Tommy, it's like actually going down.
Oh.
We'll tell you what they found in the city over the weekend. We'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. we might need something explained to us.
What happened?
Well, over the last 18 months, this has happened over and over again in the city of Rochester, and we can't figure out why. Because, Tommy, stealing a car is one thing.
Oh, yeah.
Ruining it for absolutely no reason?
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock, you remember like 3 weeks ago, we read you the shocking statistic that currently in America, 25% of mothers are once again stay-at-home moms.
Yeah.
And we learned that was because of the cost of childcare. Well, it turns out that wasn't the most shocking number we were going to see. Because right here in our backyard,
an
even higher number of adults are not working because of their kids.
Damn.
And, we kept saying stay-at-home mom, stay-at-home mom, stay-at-home mom.
Yeah.
That's not the case in both of them.
Oh, really?
We'll get into it. We'll get into the story. Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So Saturday afternoon, the Rochester Police Department said they found a car in the Genesee River in the area of Genesee and Vixette Street. The car had been stolen overnight in the city. They say the car wasn't all the way in the drink, but partially submerged. They are asking for any information folks have to try and get to the bottom of this car that didn't quite make it to the bottom. So, Kimmy, this has got to be what, like the 7th car that has ended up in the Genesee unoccupied in the last 18 months?
Yeah, in the last 2 years, we feel like we kept reading about maybe like once every month to 2 months we get a new car.
And those are the cars we know about.
Yeah.
Because you would think if like you're finding some, there are also some
I was
that
going
just
to say
make it.
more kind of popped up in the summertime.
Right, okay. Why do these folks keep putting cars in the water?
So this one sounds like jackass kids that they just crash the car and split.
Okay.
Now, to your point, like you're stealing a car just to ruin it.
Is that what you're doing here? Now, the phone number is 252-WCMF. I'm not entirely familiar in my head with the area of Vixette and Genesee.
I have no idea where that is.
Is this a place where you could put it in the river easily, or is this one of those places where like you got to go down a gorge with the damn thing? Like,
I'm not sure.
It doesn't make sense as to why you would do this. Like, Tommy, when we look at the cars that have been stolen over the last couple of years, it doesn't feel like there's like a massive investigation after they find the stolen cars.
Yeah.
They just kind of give them back to the folks who lost them. And even if there was an investigation, at this point, you'd think it'd be more about photo and video evidence than like dusting for prints and looking for DNA evidence.
Old school.
Yeah, like I've never seen CSI stolen car on CBS. So like if it's just video and picture, whether you ditch the car or not, you're not helping your case to try and stay anonymous.
Right.
I would think like if it was, kids just launching it for the fun of it into water, like there would be video, photos, whatever. Like no kid's going to do that and not take a video of it, right?
So your theory then, Kimmy, is they are putting these cars in the river because it would look really cool.
Well, no, I'm saying if that was the case, there would be videos.
Well, how do we know there aren't videos?
True. That's true.
It's possible. It would look.
Well, I kind of want to watch the videos if that's the case.
Okay, because that's right. We're all in agreement. It would look really cool if we were launching a car.
Not that we're encouraging.
No. Do not do this.
No.
But. Like, I mean, it's not your car. Most of these get stolen for joyrides anyway.
Yeah.
Be honest. If a buddy called you, we're like, we got this old junker car. We're going to have a cookout, and we're going to put this thing in a pond or a lake and a river. You go to that cookout.
Oh, the South has to be full of this.
Putting cars in bodies of water?
Of course.
Is that a thing that really happens?
Oh, I'm sure.
Okay.
I told you, Southerners think they can drive through anything. So, yeah.
Yeah, and it's weird because once we hear they found a car, we never hear about the owner. We don't know, like...
Well, they don't really know, right?
we don't... Which is weird because you would think they would at least find the person who owned the car.
No, I think they find the person who owns it. We never hear about anyone getting arrested for putting the car in the
But how
water.
much can you investigate this stuff? You have enough manpower, especially when everything was going crazy with these cars.
And you probably don't have your rain boots in the back of the car, so you can't even get in there and, like, dust for damp prints. I don't know. Like, are they driving them into the river and, like, bailing at the last minute?
Oh, I always figured they were just pushing it.
That's possible. But, like...
Because the other way would be far more dangerous.
It would, but, like, you wouldn't be curious as to how long you could stay in the driver's seat before you had to, like, tuck and
bail.
Roll. And if you had the ability to steal these cars and keep trying whenever you wanted, you probably... I mean, if you didn't kill yourself, get really good at it.
Yeah, you could.
Like, until that one time you took it a little bit too far.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think you have the ability to bail out of a car going into the water?
A rolling car?
You wouldn't want to try?
No.
Well, Pat,
maybe if I was a kid.
Oh, yeah, you're scared.
Yeah, no.
And I don't think I have the ability to tuck and roll out of a rolling car into the water because I'm a scared ass, not James Bond, be a little bitch.
I can't imagine how much that hurts. to jump out of a moving car.
Yeah, it don't hurt after the glory, baby. And it's not going like super fast.
I don't know.
You start slow.
But even like if a car is going 25 miles an hour.
Okay.
That's hauling ass when you're looking at the ground.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking like 5. 25. What are you, crazy?
5.
25 is still pretty good.
Yeah.
5 ain't impressing nobody.
You ain't doing 5?
5 doesn't give you enough momentum to get it into the lake.
Sure, it's got 5. 5. 0 is no. 5 is some momentum.
All right. Well, 5, it's almost like slow walking.
Excuse me. Worst Bee Gees song of all time.
Slow walking, you're causing the lake.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Over the weekend, the Rochester Police Department says they found another car, this one partially submerged in the Genesee River by Vixat and Genesee. It's like the 6th, 7th car we've seen in the last 18, 24 months that have been put into the river. Those are the ones that we know about, right? And we're trying to figure out why. I mean, I guess the idea would be destroying evidence, but you don't have to.
Right.
Like,
you didn't really destroy it. It's just right there.
It is such a dick move, though.
Yeah.
Like, you're destroying this car for absolutely no reason. Because if it ends up in the water, it's total loss, right?
I'm assuming. Yeah. Would you want it back?
Well, it's not whether or not you'd want it.
I mean, if it's totaled.
The insurance company would decide if it was a total loss. Some people don't have a choice, right? But, like, some recovered stolen cars can just be brought back to the victim of the crime, and they can be driving it the next week. They're getting to work, no problem. But with this, you'd have to wait for the police report. You'd have to get in touch with the insurance company. You would
probably an investigation.
You get screwed by the amount of money they'd offer you.
Yeah, you're going to find out how good your insurance is.
Yep.
Because I found that out the hard way back in the day. Between, like, there was, like, 2 types of insurance. I always went for the cheapest, and that's the one that always boned you.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't want to hear you bitch because there was a while you were driving your car without insurance.
2 years. That's all I did.
You went 2 years with no insurance?
Fake plates and no inspection.
You went
and fake plates.
With your track record of getting in accidents.
I wasn't bad. You know what? Here's what's weird. The 4 years I was on the road, I only blew out 1 hatchback at the porn shop.
That's
and that was at the end of my run, really.
Okay.
Before I moved up here. That's not bad. 4 years, 1 hatchback. That's pretty much the standard.
I would be nervous as the owner of one of these cars if it turns up in the river. Like, let's say somebody stole it. I don't know what happened to it, and it turns up. Like, would I have to prove that it wasn't me that put it in the water?
Oh, that's a
you
good
know what
question.
I mean?
Yeah,
like, I would all of a sudden be on the defense. Like, thank you for finding it, but it was not me. I swear.
No, you bring up another good point. I mean, could some of these cars they're finding be people just wanting a new car?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you know.
But let's say you're completely. You had no involvement with the car getting in the lake, but you're a scuzzy, untrustworthy husband. Try explaining that, baby. I don't know how it got into this area,
it to the cops.
this secluded area of the woods.
Your car got stolen.
Yeah, but you know how husbands are and wives.
Husband, you're a scuzzy husband. If your car got stolen, you think your wife
Back in the day, I would be under suspicion.
But why would that help you?
It wouldn't. I would have a hard time explaining to my wife it wasn't me.
Okay, but like even why would she care? Because even if you put it in the drink, it benefits both of you. Because
she might think I was, I had a prostitute or something.
You had a prostitute, and to get the prostitute smell out, you put it in the river.
Bro, Southern prostitutes really can reek out a car.
Worst Neil Young song ever. Southern prostitutes
reek out my car. I'm trying to figure out what kind of car.
Yeah, no, there was no way we were getting that one together. I mean, I guess there is a third potential option for what's happening with these cars. Is it also possible that these kids stealing them are so bad at driving they involuntarily end up in the river?
How do you? I get you're bad at driving, but you're driving them into a very difficult place to drive to.
Yeah.
Like you're putting them in the river. Like you got to be so bad at steering.
Okay, but let's keep in mind, there have been 14, 13, 12-year-old kids that have been caught stealing some of these cars over the last couple of years. I'm just asking, is it out of the question?
Or they're just taking them off the road and just jackassing around off the street?
Okay, could be that. I mean, let's keep in mind, we're talking about this theory. It was only a few summers ago. We had multiple grown-ass people put cars in a Lake Ontario in what, like a matter of 3 weeks?
But those were kind of explained at least.
Okay.
Like, I mean, those kind of...
They were doing something and it got a little out of control.
Right, like that one made sense.
Okay, all right.
Horrible sense it'd be.
Well, everyone was safe, thank God. Everything worked out. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF at the Break Room Facebook page. Daryl writes us. Daryl. How does no one who lives near the river hear this happen?
Yeah.
Wouldn't a car going into the river make a bunch of noise? Well, we don't know if there are houses in these spots.
First of all,
I'm just so unfamiliar with where exactly this is.
It's winter. Your houses are all closed up.
Well, but in summertime, this was happening too.
Yeah, but again, like it's the river. You probably hear all boats going by and people fishing.
Is there a lot of boating in the Genesee River?
I know they fish.
Well, but like I don't know where
I don't either.
You know, with the falls, like
yeah.
where you can.
I don't know if this is like in the lower area.
And like, here's the thing: if there are houses around here, there also could be a bunch of traffic. Maybe you get numb to the noise.
Yeah.
Like we've all lived places where in our lives where it was so loud, there were things you should have been alarmed by that you didn't even hear after a while, right? But that does bring up another question.
What's that?
What does it sound like when a car flies into the river? Which is another reason why you would want to go to your buddy's cookout, who was going to send a car into a pond or a
like
lake.
Flying into the river, like that ambulance
launch
did.
It.
Yeah. We got more Facebook messages coming in. This is more of a question. This comes in from Jan. Jan says, if they're caught, they would be in trouble for stealing the car. Would they also be in trouble for putting the car in the river? Because that sounds like an environmental hazard.
Yes,
well, I think that's why they have to pull the car out most of the time, right?
We want to keep that river pristine. Look at that beautiful rolling clear water.
The one they just dumped all the dumps into?
Yeah. Where we throw all our salty ice.
No, but... I mean, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Like, you can't just put anything you want in the water. Like,
right.
How about your 15-year-old kid gets charged with not only stealing a car, but causing an environmental hazard?
So what do you do? Fine him?
I don't know.
He's a kid.
I don't know. Can you Google that, Kimmy? Can I get in trouble with the DEC for putting a car into the river?
Can't you get in trouble with a boat for the same thing?
Yes.
Yeah, we talked about that story of the dude who sunk his boat on purpose, saying, yeah, you're right.
All right.
You're absolutely right.
You're in a lot of trouble, kid.
Would they fine a 14, 15, 16-year-old kid?
Good luck collecting on that.
Well, I don't. Well, you got a whole lifetime to garnish wages, bro. Like, is that one of those crimes that disappears, or is that something that sticks with you forever? Much like you can't declare bankruptcy and get out from under your student loans.
Yeah, true.
Man, that would suck. $50,000. Like, what does it cost when you dump something like that into the river? Because there's gasoline, there's oil.
Antifreeze.
Yeah, all this stuff. River won't even freeze now. Thanks to all the cars going into it. I would, okay. The idea that your kid would steal a car is furious enough.
Oh, sure.
But like to add this extra step on top of it too. One, the danger you put yourself in putting the car into the river. Two, the fact that they recovered the car in the river. You didn't even do a good enough job of putting it underwater enough. Three, the potential that there's going to be additional charges for this stupid thing you didn't even have to do. Not that you had to steal the car in the first place.
Yeah. But you'd have to catch that kid. So let's say they never catch the kid.
Sure.
Does the owner have to pay anything?
Well, no, the owner didn't do anything. Well, the owner did.
But they don't know how it got there. Then, if you don't have I'm guessing if you don't have it's solved, and the car leaked let's say it leaked all over the river. Am I on the hook for that?
That's the stupidest logic I've ever heard. We couldn't solve the crime, so now you owe us $50,000.
Well, there's no. You didn't catch anybody.
Yeah, but it's not their fault. It would be like someone in your family being killed. They couldn't find the killer, so you go to jail for murder.
Not murder, but the blood on who cleans up the house?
What?
I mean, basically, it's a cleanup job.
No,
I mean, could the EPA fine me because my car that's registered to me and I'm saying it's stolen? You all investigated, couldn't find anybody.
Okay, I'm going to say no.
No, because sometimes these nightmare scenarios pop up and that you don't think about. The next thing you know, you're on the hook.
When have you ever heard of someone having their car stolen?
No, but we don't know it's stolen.
No, you said sometimes these pop up. Give me a single example of a car disappearing. Going into the river.
I'm sure I saw it on Netflix.
Okay, shut up, you idiot. Do you understand? That would be the biggest story for a week, that someone had their car stolen and were fined by the DEC or the EPA.
No, because it also I could say, they could think, well, maybe he did it for the insurance.
Yes, I understand, but you would have to prove they did it for the insurance. You're innocent until proven guilty. Bro, it's the simplest concept. I know we're not lawyers and we say wrong things all the time. That's the easiest concept.
That's the one that bites you in the ass, son.
Okay. Kimmy, any word on a fine?
I cannot find the.
Okay.
Yeah.
No worries.
You messed up this beautiful river.
Well, there are people that say with these kids stealing these cars, if parents were more involved, it wouldn't happen. And parents are getting more involved in their kids' lives.
Oh, that's good.
It's actually going back to like 1950s and 1960s style, where there is a parent at home with the kids. But some shocking information we learned 3 weeks ago will pale in comparison to what's actually happening in our backyard.
Oh.
Because almost half of the state workforce is not working. And there is a very simple reason
really? Is that high?
That they cannot get around. Yes, and Tommy, when we talked about this a couple weeks ago, we kept saying stay-at-home mom. That's what the study was about. However, it ain't just moms.
Who's left?
Well, it's a minefield if it shows up in your own house. And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. we were shocked by some news about moms we received a few weeks ago. It seems like the day of the stay-at-home mom is now roaring back.
Look at that.
Thanks to Monday.
Mm-hmm.
But it turns out it's not just moms. And closer to home, things are even worse than we thought.
Worse?
What happened? You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7:25, 7:30. They say you die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become a villain. But this man who was losing his mind in the parking lot of a fast food restaurant in downtown Rochester might be a hero and a villain at the same time.
Wow.
Because you don't want to see somebody working a minimum wage job getting chewed out for a mistake. Nobody wants to see that. Yet, at the same time, we've all dealt with this. Yeah. It's one of the most frustrating things in life. And Kimmy, he wanted something very simple.
Yeah, and as that part-time employee, it wouldn't be the worst thing to deal with. It would almost be entertaining.
But it got out of control.
We have some audio to play you.
Well, if you have audio, it got out of control.
Nobody got hurt. Nothing got violent. But he had a very unique way of trying to get what he wanted.
Okay.
And we'll play it for you just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So a few weeks ago, Tommy, we saw a surprising study that said 1 in 4 women in America were now stay-at-home moms. Wow. Excuse me, 1 in 4 mothers in America were now stay-at-home moms again. The number had skyrocketed in the last decade, and the study that we saw attributed it all to the cost of childcare.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out it's not just moms. And here in New York, it might be worse than in other places. Because a new study done by Cornell University.
It's one of your top lower-end Ivy League schools.
Shows that 40% of New Yorkers are staying home because of the cost of childcare.
Damn. Yeah, that is high.
2 in 5 parents, men or women, have decided that childcare is so expensive, the job they would have isn't worth paying. And just take a second to understand how much 40% of the New York working population is. Now I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, so it is all just going to daycare. So why work just to hand it over to daycare?
That's the idea, yes.
Yeah, I'm not getting anywhere.
If you can get into a daycare too, which is another part of the problem.
And that's it, right? We kept saying cost the last time we talked about this, and cost is a major issue. But according to Cornell, the other problem is the amount of licensed childcare places in New York have also decreased over the last 10 years. So according to this study that Cornell did, it's either too expensive or the childcare that somebody needs was not available in their area. And look, we live in a really populated place, right? We got suburbs all over the place. There are parents listening right now in the greater Rochester area that don't have a place that will take their kid.
Yeah.
Think about places that are further out in the middle of nowhere and what the
hell
those...
you're screwed.
Yeah, right? So, Tommy, almost half of the workforce in New York is choosing to stay home. And that's a problem. It means smart, hardworking, able folks who could be doing all kinds of things now don't have the opportunity. It also speaks to the amount of shortages we've been seeing at businesses the last couple of years, which is a tough blow to the no one wants to work crowd.
Yeah, because it would also open up for young people just getting out of college or high school to get these jobs.
Say it again?
It would also open up opportunities for young people to go grab these jobs.
If they're staying.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they could be going.
But this has got to be happening all over the country. It can't just be here.
Well, I mean, look, all I have in front of me is 4 in 10 working New Yorkers are not working because of childcare.
So they're not even doing like work from home. They're not cutting back hours. They're not working at all.
Not working. Okay. This is according to the
study.
So
it's good for the kids.
Well, is it?
Well, somebody's home all day with the kids.
Yeah. Was that good for you with your mom being home all day?
Bad example, different time.
Okay.
But moms today are way better than my mother's era of child raising.
You don't know that, bro. I was at a hockey tournament all weekend where I saw 3 mothers in 3 different games threaten to kick the you-know-what out of grown-ass men.
Hey, buddy. At least they were there. They were present. Okay? You're happy for what you get.
Well, you keep...
Fist-fighting mama.
You keep saying mom, 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 mom.
Oh, who's left?
Well, so this isn't a problem just for society, Your Majesty. It can be a problem in the homes of these folks, too.
What's the problem?
Well, there is a minefield of issues for a couple when you have to make the decision. 1, is somebody going to stay home? And 2, who's going to do it?
Because it's bank. Bank leaves.
Okay, you say that. right? Like financially for the kids is whose future earning potential versus who makes more now. You have the question of how long is that person going to stay home, right? The kids aren't going to be left alone. They're not going to can't be left alone age forever. So someone's going to transition back. And you brought up the biggest bomb. Who in this couple is going to stay home with the kids?
Yeah.
You say it's bank.
Well, bank, and more than likely the mother is going to be more able to take care of everything.
Oh, excuse me?
Hmm?
You want to expound on that idea?
I would let they're more nurturing.
Yeah?
I mean...
Yeah. No, I saw some nurturing while that woman was double birding, dropping F-bombs at a guy.
I was going to say,
I'm nurturing, you son of a bitch!
But let's say you got little ones.
Okay.
Well, if you just got little toddlers, you're probably going to need the wife at home if the child's still breastfeeding and changing. And...
So my wife breastfed, and she would pump and freeze, and I would defrost and feed. Problem?
Yeah, but you weren't making the money she was making. If those roles were reversed, if you were the doctor and she was on air here, which we all were pulling for, bank. She was making bank though.
So you're saying that my daughter was shortchanged?
No.
No. Because you just said
your argument was mom needs to be home for those reasons.
For the suckling years.
You said for the nurturing.
If you have a suckling child,
so you're
cries out for his mama.
And
off in the distance, and her mama cried.
So you're saying that my wife was a bad mother?
No.
Because you just said that the kid is at a disadvantage with dad being home. My wife made the decision to go back to work. I was a stay-at-home dad for months. Doctor checks off all.
We've talked to several stay-at-home dads whenever this gets brought up.
The old dad
that had to make the decision to stay home.
You're gonna get a dad lunch. Nobody wants a dad lunch.
It's breast milk, man. It's what I would feed my daughter. Hold on, let me text my wife real quick. Hey, honey, good news. Tommy thinks you're a good doctor. Bad news, he thinks you're a terrible mother.
Not what I said.
Exactly what you said.
I just said I think the preferable person in the house would be the mother.
So let's break that down. 252
a softer touch.
252 WCMF. I'm very soft. Thank you very much. 252 WCMF 252-9263. A new study by Cornell shows that 4 in 10 working New Yorkers are no longer working because of childcare. It's a combination of the costs and the fact that they can't find it in their area. There are fewer licensed childcare places now than there were a decade ago, apparently by a lot. And we're talking about, we had that discussion about moms like 3 weeks ago. It ain't just moms based on the number. There are some numbers from the last few years that would make the decision of who stays home more complicated.
Yeah.
For a while now in America, women have been attending and graduating college at a higher clip than men have. We know this.
And they're outpacing us in the population.
You got it. And, going back to the college thing, fact is, statistics show college degrees increase your earning potential long term. Not to mention, if you've invested tens of thousands of dollars in your education, is the smart thing to do to put that to the side.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy, in our relationships, you and I barely have high school diplomas.
Mm-hmm.
Both of our spouses are highly educated.
Yeah.
We would be staying home.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have a choice.
Right.
And then what would happen to the radio industry?
Probably go up a couple of notches.
So you sit here and you go, well, mom's got to stay home, nurturing, You would not have a tiny leg to stand on. If you knew your wife 30 years ago, you had a child, and she said you have to stay home.
Yeah, I know.
So shut up. Why don't you use your own experience before you just run your stupid mouth?
But do you want me home? No.
But on the other side of that, men get value from their jobs.
Yes.
And
it's all we have.
And I guess the question is, what percentage of men, if it made financial sense, would be willing to stay home and be stay-at-home dad? Because you have to think, once you make that move, the parent that stays home.
I can think of a few.
What do you
like if my dad had the option, like if my parents had to decide who stays home, my dad would be the first to volunteer. I guarantee you.
But you would have been raised on Krispy Kremes
and Mountain Dew.
And grilled cheese.
Mountain Dew Code Red.
My dad makes a mean grilled cheese.
And that's not good.
Look, I was excited about being stay-at-home dad with my little one, too. And I say this all the time. I love the experience. I'm glad I was there for her formative years, and it was great. By the 3rd or 4th month, I needed to get out of that house. I couldn't handle it. And I know your dad, he's more Mountain Dew Code Red than I am.
Yeah.
He would want out. I'm telling you.
I don't know.
So,
I don't know.
Okay.
So with the grandchild we have right now, he is totally fixated on his mother.
Okay.
Like if he doesn't see mommy, he's looking for mommy. So I can't imagine she's going to work. my stepson's staying home, that kid is going to be screaming for mommy all morning.
I think
does that change? I don't know.
Get used to it though. I mean, and now like if dad's the one that's around all the time, well, dad's the one I'm going to go to if I need something.
But that transition would have to be a nightmare.
I think it goes quicker than you believe. I mean, my little one was barely a person, so we didn't really have to go through that. But look, I think that my oldest and I had such a tight relationship for so many years because of what that happened. Like, it was just, had a lot of tummy time. Took my shirt off, laid her on my chest.
Right.
We were bonded.
I mean, it's a different day and age.
She won't let me do that anymore.
Yeah, well, good.
I mean, I know a couple who their little one they had their baby during COVID. And dad was home a lot because he was able to, he basically had to for work while she went off occasionally and did, stuff outside the house. And now he's 3.5, 4-ish, and all he wants is dad all the time. Like, she can't even go anywhere and bring her son without him screaming for dad at some point in time.
I will say this: if I was a father today. Stay at home, I would get lost in their world because my grandson this weekend got to go to this place and ride mechanical dinosaurs.
Wait, he rode mechanical?
They saddle him up and he's riding around on this dinosaur. I go, yeah, I could get lost in that world.
Wait, you know that
I'm small enough I could get on it with him.
No, but again,
we could saddle up.
Like, that's awesome for the kid.
We'd be Dino Rangers.
Again, you're so
Rangers.
And we riding. Saddle up, boy.
You're so stupid.
What?
Yeah, that happens like once a month if you're lucky, right? Like,
but it's also an option one day. There's probably other options besides
cool toys,
museum, a modern ball. I mean,
wait, your mom's got a museum?
Not that museum.
Kim, you know what the slogan is?
What?
Because his mom's ball museum. No, bro, like, who's got the money to take their kid to an effing museum or Dino Cowboys or Lego thing every day? Nobody's got it. The majority of your time.
But at least you got something. But look, at least you got that to look forward to at the end of the week or the end of the month.
The majority of time is just saying no over and over again, having the Bubble
Guppies
theme
I'm
song
not good at no
in your background at all times. Drives you nuts, man. You just tears streaming down your face.
I guess I'm just too easy. I just surrender too easy. I'd be like, hey, just eat it. I don't care.
Okay.
Just hide the evidence.
252 WCMF 252-9260. We have a ton of Facebook messages coming in right now. Again, coming off a story we told you about 3 weeks ago that 1 in 4 mothers in America are now stay-at-home moms again due to the cost of childcare. Cornell did a study that shows 4 in 10 working New Yorkers are now not working because of either the cost or the lack of certified childcare in their area. Brian writes us, I refuse to believe what you are saying.
Okay.
If 40% of people weren't working, it would take down the entire New York economy. You'd notice it everywhere you went. It sounds like a lie to get people to change things to make childcare cheaper for people who don't want to pay for it. There's a lot to break down there.
Yeah.
Let's start with the beginning. We are noticing it. We just mentioned the job shortages.
Yeah.
Businesses are having to pay more to attract workers. All of us in this room have noticed more parents out and about during weekdays because we get out in the middle of the day. Like, you have jokes all the time about the high-end strollers in Pittsford.
It's ridiculous.
Right? I agree. It's shocking. But it actually makes the rest of the things we've seen the last couple of years make more sense.
Everything's coming up short.
Yeah, like what's more logical? People just don't want to work? Because even people that retire still want to go do something, right?
Yeah.
Or that you don't have the option to work because everything's so expensive.
Right.
A woman who asked me not to use her name wrote us on Facebook. She writes, my husband and I are separated. It's complicated like all things, but a big reason is he had to stay home with the kids because his job didn't pay enough. That statement probably also didn't help the separation.
Probably not, no.
She goes on, he was excited about it at first, but after a year, it started to wear on him. We grew apart because of it, and about 2 years, we're seeing if this is something we want to keep doing. I'm assuming she means the marriage. Okay.
Right.
I think that would wear on anybody who's used to working, right?
To the point where it's going to dissolve your marriage?
Well, no, I'm saying like a man or woman in that position, if you go from working every day to staying home and playing a completely different role, I would assume that would wear on almost anybody in any marriage.
You got to make an adjustment.
To an extent.
I hadn't thought of the possibility of like it leading to the end
it changes the whole dynamic.
I guess I hadn't thought about that. You're right. I mean, she's in the driver's seat. She's making the money. All of it. She's making all the money.
And, and we're only getting her side of the story.
Okay, here we go. Because I'm sure.
Well, she kind of like in that, there, she had to bring up he doesn't make enough money, which didn't really need to be in that statement to a radio station.
Literally said the same thing.
She financially pantsed him.
Okay.
Which is, if she's that kind of a chick, she's
just stating the reason why he stayed home.
He got a little paycheck. He's got to stay home.
Was this hitting a little close to home?
I got a little paycheck, too.
No, but like, if it was her husband that wrote us this Facebook message, you'd be like, yeah, right on, buddy. Yeah, show her. Take the kids. Get it all. Get child support.
I'm team boy.
Team boy. I wonder, okay, so if he's not working and he's a stay-at-home dad, and she's making all the money for the family and they do split, does he get custody and child
support?
Oh, you're saying like if,
how would that work?
I mean, maybe he could qualify.
Well, I think she would have to pay him, right?
Well, if he got custody of the kid.
Well, if you're trading him, like if he's the primary.
Well, like he's been raising he's been the stay-at-home dad, according to this woman's Facebook message. Like,
that
would
be
that
a
work?
mess. That's going to get really
question,
messy.
even if he didn't get custody, would she still have to pay him?
Well, if he doesn't have custody, what's she paying for?
I think.
Are you talking alimony?
Like just spousal support.
And she'll rub that in your face.
Would you be excited for an alimony check from your ex-wife? Hey, guys, you want to go drink it? Oh, I can't, man. Hold on. My wife's check hasn't cleared yet. That would be tough to all. Like, if the reason your marriage dissolved was because you lost the financial power dynamic, didn't want to be home, you felt like she was belittling you, the solution to that wouldn't be her cutting you a check to live after you've divorced.
But there would be a little satisfaction of draining her a little bit each month.
That's the mother of your child.
Yeah.
And they still have a little one based on the Facebook
and you're
message.
still both taking care of kids.
I think I would get a little satisfaction grabbing some money from her.
Well, then if that's the case, you had no reason to bitch that she was belittling you because you got no problem spending her money.
All right, well, you created the monster in me.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yes, you will. Yeah.
Not me, my wife, my parents. I am just a victim of all the circumstances.
Yes!
Tommy Muley, ladies
It's
and gentlemen.
the environment, man.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
I mean, look, man, you can get angry about a whole bunch of things.
And I will.
On one hand, we've talked at length on this show. Nobody wants to see somebody working in a fast food restaurant get yelled at for a mistake or a perceived mistake. It's uncomfortable. That person doing it is a dick, no question. But on the other hand, in this specific case, we've all been victim of it.
Oh.
And it's unbelievably frustrating. And it can cause you to do some extreme things. That's what this man did.
Oh.
Now, he didn't do anything violent.
Okay.
Didn't go near anybody.
You said extreme.
So extreme, in fact, that what happened in downtown Rochester went viral over the weekend. And we need to figure out if this man who just wants what he ordered is the hero we deserve or the villain we must eliminate. And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are heroes, there are villains.
Yeah.
And then there's this guy.
Okay.
Because this Rochester man went viral fighting for all of us. Something every single person listening has dealt with and has been furious about.
You're saying he's a Vero.
Yeah, he might be. Because he's a hero. But he's being a real dick about it.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF just after 7:45 this morning. I know you got really angry about the cowboy boots discussion last week. Based on my experience with two things over the weekend. Okay. We may be the only men in Western New York that don't own a pair of cowboy boots.
Really?
Legitimately.
Wow.
We'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. A video that went viral on Instagram over the weekend. It comes from the McDonald's on Hudson Ave in the city of Rochester. It seems that this man, who you're about to hear, had ordered an extra hash brown with his breakfast, and he didn't get it. Now, who at some point in their life, Tommy, has gotten their bag from a fast food restaurant only to realize their day has been ruined because something was forgotten?
Yeah, it happens.
Most of us just drive away and we fume about it. But this man didn't just drive away. He did something.
What did he do?
Now, I need to paint a picture for you. He is a larger man.
Okay.
He's got a beard. Looks like he's maybe in his 30s.
Okay.
He's wearing a flannel with a construction vest over it. He has a 3-foot karaoke speaker with a microphone.
Wait. Outside?
He is standing outside the drive-through window while other cars are going through and getting their food. And he is letting the folks who work in that drive-through know he wants his hash brown.
Extra hash brown! Where's my extra hash brown? Where's my extra hash brown?
He's saying over and over again.
Like same tone, everything.
Where's my extra hash brown?
Nonstop.
But he set up a karaoke machine outside.
Giant speaker.
Yeah, where the drive-through window is. Looks like it's a crappy day, too. Like it's drizzling.
Yeah.
He was committed.
Oh, my God.
He is yelling into the microphone, "Where's my extra hash brown? Where's my extra hash brown? I paid for an extra hash brown."
With all that effort, you could have just went inside and paid for another one and eaten the loss.
No.
Like, what's a hash brown cost? $2?
$2, $3, maybe $2 and change, I think.
So for $3,
Yeah.
you went out of your way to make a complete ass out of yourself. All right.
So let's break this down. Let's break this down. The phone number is 252-WCMF.
How is this not a national story?
Give it to you. This happened over the weekend here, so give it time.
Get there.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is this man a hero or is he a dick? Because I got to be honest with you. I'm torn here.
Okay.
He's clearly being a dick. And no one wants to see some person making minimum wage getting yelled at for something that customers said they did wrong. And to your point, it's like $2 and change.
Yeah. The creativity, though.
Creativity's brilliant. And at the same time, we've all been there.
Yeah.
We've all had the same passion this man has had, and we haven't acted on it because we're sane and rational people. But, Tommy, sometimes it takes thinking outside the box to spark a revolution.
Okay.
A karaoke revolution, if you will.
All right.
So is he a hero or is he a dick?
I would put him in the sad dick category.
Okay.
Because you're not really yelling at McDonald's. You're yelling at the people that are working at McDonald's. The people that are hustling to get your food out, right?
Yeah.
And somebody messed up your order.
So he says, now, by the way, we don't know the full story here. He could have not paid for an extra hash brown, and he could have been mistaken, just to be fair to the story.
But his anger is at the worker, not the corporation.
You're right. He wants
which kind of makes you a dick.
But it was the worker that may have made that mistake.
Right.
And he paid for it. I mean, it's hard-earned money. He just spent all this other money on this karaoke machine.
Yes. I think it's so over, but it is so over the top because we'd have to. I'm trying to think. Did he go home and get that machine and bring it back? Was it already in his car from the night before at some party he was at?
Okay.
The fact that you own it and have it and use it like that also makes you a dick.
I hope he went home and got it.
Yeah.
I hope he went home.
This wasn't just in
like
his
he
car.
drove home.
Yep.
Got back, had to set it all up.
And his anger stayed here the entire time.
Yes.
Like enough where you're like, I'm going back and I'm bringing the karaoke going, I want my extra hash brown. Where's my extra hash brown?
And he didn't even work on a witty song or anything. It's just a sad chant.
What do you need it for, man? He wants his hash brown. He's getting straight to the point.
Do we know how long he was out there for?
We do not.
Okay,
All we have is
a timeline.
there's
and
a
the weather
12
sucked.
Yeah, but it's a 12-second video from multiple different angles, meaning multiple different people caught him on the phone. Again, if you can give me the audio again, this man at the Hudson Ave McDonald's with his karaoke machine outside the drive-thru just wanted his hash brown.
Extra hash brown! Where's my extra hash brown? Where's my extra hash brown?
Is that all he kept saying?
Yes, he would say, I want my extra hash brown. I paid for an extra hash brown. Where's my extra hash brown? I want my extra hash brown.
Did you ever say somebody came out and, like, did the cops come?
We don't know.
I don't know.
We have no idea. All we have is the video of him with the karaoke machine. And what are you going to do? You going to call the cops on a man doing karaoke?
Yeah, he's a public nuisance.
Oh, he's not a public nuisance.
If that ain't a public nuisance, I don't know.
I guess.
Okay, you could call the cops, but if you call the cops, what's he going to do next?
Just move it back a few feet.
To the sidewalk, crank up the volume. I want my extra hash brown, and you had me kicked off.
Well, I guess you always see, like, those religious people out chanting stuff.
Yeah.
I guess they find their spot, too.
What, he prays at the altar of the hash brown?
Yes, don't we all?
Worship the extra hash brown. So, Kimmy.
Yeah.
Is this man who went home, possibly got a karaoke machine, came back, and stood outside the Hudson Ave McDonald's drive-through window because he says they forgot the hash brown he paid for, a hero or a dick?
I'm putting myself in the shoes of the workers, and I'm putting myself in my own.
Hey guys, we got to be cool to people who do this stuff. Let me insult their shoes.
Thinking back to me working a part-time job, let's say this happened when I was scooping ice cream. I would much rather take guy with a speaker yelling, "Where's my extra sprinkles?" than person at the window, "Let me speak to your manager, please,
sister.
I would like my money back."
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it's annoying, but it's annoying at a distance. And I could continue to do my job while you scream whatever it is that you feel you were wronged.
But would you be embarrassed if that was a family member of yours?
Oh, yeah.
100%.
If your brother,
Which,
big
by the way,
old Ryan,
I could absolutely see him doing this.
Two Sauce Ryan,
Two Sauce Ryan
is out there, and you have a karaoke machine.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Was out there doing that. With his Let's Go Duffalo t-shirt on.
Okay, so here's the thing. You're right. It would be super embarrassing. I could also see myself trying to encourage him to do it.
You wouldn't stop him.
I'm torn there too, man. I don't know. I don't know
all right,
what
so
I would
you're
do.
in.
Like, I would put the bug in his head because I'd want to watch him do it. But at the same time, if he did it, I'd be like, oh my God, my brother is chanting, "Where's my extra hash brown?" outside. I don't know.
God, and you got to. That guy's got like family, man.
Well, I don't know if he's got family.
Everybody got some kind of family in this town.
You're right.
Like, that's somebody's kid.
Okay.
That's somebody's brother. That could be somebody's dad.
You're right.
And that's going to live forever. If my father did something stupid in the 60s, it just vanished. Unless somebody had a Polaroid of it.
Okay.
And I don't want to see those Polaroids. This is going to live forever.
You're right.
And it may go national.
Okay, but here's the thing. Again, we've all been there.
Yes.
We've all been there. That frustration, oh my God. And
Yeah.
you never want to do anything about it. And he finally decided
He
to do
stood up to
something
the
about
man.
it. And he didn't get violent.
No?
Right, here's the thing. You talk about the employees, and yes, I don't want to. Even if you worked inside this McDonald's doing this job, you would have to be howling with laughter. Like, this would make your day so much better. No?
Yeah. Oh,
No?
yeah. Oh, I would laugh.
Right?
I would just laugh at this jamoke.
Fun to see, and everybody going through the drive-thru had a grand old time watching it with his karaoke machine. He brought joy to those people. He probably brought joy to the employees. He's bringing joy to everybody listening right now. And there's a legitimate philosophical debate to be had.
I wonder how it wrapped up, because it had to be so sad at some point that when he wasn't getting what he wanted, and he had to like pack everything up and leave.
That's my favorite part of this.
Yeah.
Because, like, despite the fact that he may or may not have gotten his extra hash brown that he paid for, past the fact that he went and got the karaoke machine and did what he did,
And set it up.
to make this stop, all McDonald's had to do on Hudson was give him a hash brown. And they didn't do it. And I love them for that. They stuck to their petty guns so hard. Like, again, what does a hash brown cost the employees of McDonald's to make him go away? And they didn't do it. Because then the whole time he was out there, they could have just walked him out a hash brown. That makes the story so much better. Like, I'm kind of on this guy's side, but I also love the fact that McDonald's like, no, keep going. Keep doing your where's the hash brown chant.
You know what's sad? You know what's really depressing?
What's that?
That this guy has a better PA system than we do at the radio station when we do events. Because sometimes we're at events where we just have to yell at the crowd because there's no public address system.
Yeah, and you're right. And if we were trying to get our hash brown from McDonald's, they wouldn't even hear us.
No.
They wouldn't.
No.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. All right, let's go to the phones. Again, over the weekend, a video went viral on Instagram here in Rochester. It is a man. He's a larger gentleman. Looks like he's in his 30s. He's wearing a reflector vest. He has a karaoke machine standing at the drive-through window of the Hudson Ave McDonald's. It seems that he paid for an extra hash brown.
Oh, yeah.
He did not get the extra hash brown. He then got his speaker, yelled into the microphone over and over and over again.
Extra hash brown! Where's my extra hash brown? Where's my extra hash brown?
252-WCMF. Brad's on CMF. Hey, buddy, how's it going?
That McDonald's sucks.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
I go down to Goodman and Eastridge to grab even just a Coke. I've ordered a Coke from that place and got Dr. Pepper when I pulled away.
Where's my Coca-Cola? Where's my Coca-Cola?
All right, so
Exactly.
all right, Brad, so then I'll ask you this.
That guy's my hero.
All right, so he is a hero. He's not a dick. He's a hero.
Hero.
All right.
He's a hash brown bro.
All right, let me ask you this, Brad. Let me ask you this, because you seem frustrated also. All right, let's say he's outside. They switch up your Coca-Cola. He looks you in the face, right? Much like in Walking Down where the guy goes, remember me.
Okay.
Right? And he goes, he's got a second mic in his hand, and he reaches it out towards you. Brad, would you join him in his hash brown chant?
I don't think I would.
Okay, then you're a coward, Brad, and you're a hypocrite. You call a radio show.
I'm not a coward. I don't have the time. I don't have time for that.
You're calling us right now.
Well, I'm sitting in my truck. I'm delivering bread. That's what I got to do.
Brad, we were with you up until the end, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of the day. Look, man, look. If you're going to call the guy a hero, you got to stand next to him.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
All right.
Right? Like some of the most famous dissident voices in American history. It's easy to look back and go, they were right. But would you stand with
he's
them?
a mover. He's a guy.
Well, I mean, look, he was trying to cause him. Was he not? Was he not a dissident voice against a corporation that forgot his extra hash brown?
But are you going to raise him up to the level of Dr. King?
No, not even close. Not even. Look, you don't have to go to the extreme every time.
All right, who else?
It's funny.
All right, so between karaoke guy and Dr. King, who's in the middle?
Applebee's is always in the middle of everything for some reason. I don't know. It's like, hey, did you donate money? Oh, no, you're not Jesus. You do this every time.
I go top shelf, man.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey, what's up, buddy?
Good morning. How's everything, guys?
Good, man. What's up?
I think this guy is a serial protester. That's why he had all the crap in his car.
Okay.
He's just a sad Richard.
Okay, so this guy is not a hero. He's a dick.
Absolutely.
He's looking for a fight, Pat.
Well, hey, man.
Who the hell would go to their house to get a karaoke machine? He had it all ready to go. He had the outfit on. He just goes to these places and likes to protest, and it just so happened that in his mundane life, someone forgot to give him a hash brown.
Okay, but like if he does this all the time, there would be multiple videos of him with the karaoke machine out yelling.
Maybe there is, but...
Well, no, how did this one go viral and the rest of them didn't?
Hey, where does he plug it in?
It looked like it was battery operated.
They make them... So they make these, like, you could just take them anywhere, like
yeah,
in
you
the
could,
woods?
Like, charge them like a cell phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's the one I use for the Bills games.
What?
I have one of these for Bills games so we can play music at the tailgate.
Oh, I thought you were doing karaoke.
No, yeah, I bring them into the game.
Well, there are
Just throw the ball out! Just throw the ball out! Mike, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
You will hear occasionally the karaoke machine at a tailgate because once somebody gets too drunk, time to take the microphone away.
Nope. I will say this. That karaoke machine...
Hey!
My brother Ryan, second appearance in the hash brown discussion, will get drunk and do Def Leppard karaoke in the parking lot, and he's a hit. The kid's a hit.
Oh, yeah. Well, chubby guy doing silly dances and singing is always going to be a hit.
Bro, he brings down the parking lot when he does photographs.
He can bring down just about anything.
Here's the thing. What is the protocol if they forget something in the drive-thru? Are either of you going back for the food that they... No, you're not?
I can't remember where. It was one of the fast food places we ordered... like breakfast sandwiches. We were on a road trip. They forgot the egg in the breakfast sandwich.
Ooh.
So you just got bread and
it was
what?
just bread. I think it was bread, bacon, and cheese.
I could eat that though.
And we were like we had just gotten back on the ramp, and we go, we're not going back.
It's a bacon sandwich.
We're just eating a bacon and cheese sandwich.
That's not the worst deal.
But it was like you forgot the main part of the sandwich.
True. But like I'm just too lazy, and I don't want to. Deal.
Okay, so here's the thing. You guys aren't dads, and this is the ultimate dad dilemma.
What's that?
If you go to a drive-thru and you realize they forgot your item, you let it go. I'm with you. But if they forgot something for your spouse or your kid,
that's a life lesson.
You have to go back and get it. Because when you get home, you will be the one blamed for the restaurant's mistake. And don't get me wrong, man, you feel like a dick. And you have to get out of your car, and you have to go inside, and it takes forever, and you hope to God that no one who knows you is in that restaurant when you go back in.
You're that guy.
Yes, I know. I don't want to be that guy. But if I have to check the bag every time, because there have been times where I get home, and my wife or my daughters goes, oh, you didn't forget. And now it's my problem. And I don't want it to be my problem. Where's my extra hash brown? Where's my extra hash brown? You were saying, I'm sorry.
No, that's good. I would just go. I mean, if I was going to. If I had to come home with it, I'm just going to buy another one. I'm not going to go.
Wait, but you paid for it already.
Oh, you're saying you're not going to. I probably would do the same thing.
I'm not going to go back to some poor kid who's already slammed. Usually you're buying these things when they're busy.
Sure.
And now I had to be hold up the line dick guy because I not only had to order it, I had to explain why. We had to have a conversation. I'm going to cut to the chase. I'm buying another one.
I'm not paying for it. Look, you can
you can write it off in your taxes.
Shut up.
Well,
there is a fast food area.
Let's say you go up there and you're like, hey, this is my receipt. You forgot the whatever extra side thing. And they're like, well, we can't. There's, policy. We can't give it to you. Are you putting up a fight, or are you just going to buy that side of fries or extra sauce or whatever it is?
And I never asked for a receipt because now they'll go, you want a receipt? And I say no.
No, I say the same thing. But the times where they didn't even give me a receipt, they've never fought me on it. They've always been like, oh, here, I'm sorry. But no, to answer your question, if they're going to fight me, I'll pay for it. I'm not going to make a scene.
But you have to go through all those stages of hash-bound grief to get it.
Worst Burt Reynolds movie of all time, Hash-Bounded Down. Got a long way to go and a lot of potatoes to get there. Where's my extra hash brown? What I want to know. 252 WCMF. I just realized something as we're about to take this phone call. If you've ever met Ben or you saw Ben in the Sexiest Dad competition, this guy yelling, "Where's my extra hash brown?" looks just like Ben.
Oh, he's a wide boy.
He's on CMF. Hey, Ben, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
I'm with this guy, although I do think he's a little bit of both. He's a little bit of a dick, but he's also kind of a hero.
Okay.
How many times have you been to McDonald's or Taco Bell or Burger King? They always screw up your order. So I get it.
They don't always screw up your order.
Not always, but it's often enough. Where,
it's hard when Ben goes and orders food at the fast food.
Why is that?
Well, we're going to talk about. I'm sorry, sir. A second. I'm sorry, sir.
Well, Tommy, I don't know if you know this. No. This Ben has actually protested with this guy outside of McDonald's.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, well, you have that audio of when Ben was asking for his extra hash brown?
Oh, yeah? He was out there, too?
Yeah, remember?
Sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. We don't know what you want, but you have to leave.
No, that's when Bob Dylan was protesting with that guy outside. Thanks for the call, Ben. Have a good rest of the day. Bro, that might have been Ben that was asking for his extra hash brown. That might have been Ben.
He looks just like Ben.
I'll show you the video.
Well,
bro.
Ben's a stocky boy.
Yeah.
He's wide.
Yeah, I wouldn't call him wide boy. He's a stocky boy.
I think he actually described himself as a wide boy.
Okay. I don't think he did.
Why would he do that?
Because he's Ben, and he calls every day with no material.
We'll take one. Look, we've been doing a show for 10 years without material. It's
that's true.
We'll take one more call again, 252 WCMF. This man outside of the Hudson Ave McDonald's with a karaoke machine just wanted his extra hash brown.
Extra hash brown! Where's my extra hash brown? Where's my extra hash brown?
Chris has got the last word on CMF. Hey, Chris, what's up, buddy?
Good morning, people.
Yep.
Let's suppose the restaurant did a Southern Florida Tommy Muley trick on a guy, give him a bag of hash browns, every one of them freaking teabagging the urinals, the toilets, the this or that, the sick guy's tongue.
Yeah, that's why I never send food back at a restaurant is the risk of what's coming back with it. Like, I'm with you, man. Like, you are. Yeah. But I feel like once you've gotten the karaoke machine, Chris, maybe it's not about the hash brown anymore. Maybe you don't even want the hash brown. You just make it a point.
Could have been.
All right, Chris, great call, buddy. Thank you. Something to consider. Got to keep that in mind.
Yeah, they can mess with your food.
You want those hash browns?
Could be a lot of brown in your hash brown.
we've decided, at least I've decided.
What's that?
Because you freaked out about cowboy boots last week. And we'll recap that conversation in a second.
Yeah, you had quite a cowboy weekend.
Oh, well, I had a cowboy weekend on Saturday, and then there was an event last night.
I bet the kind you used to fantasize about.
There was an event last night that was very cowboy, too. And it seems that you and I may be the only men in Western New York that don't own a pair of cowboy boots.
Oh, really?
Yes, and we'll get to it. Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You got really upset for reasons we couldn't understand. And this might upset you more.
What's that?
Because you're a guy who likes to, as much as you don't admit it, you want to be in the know, trendy.
Oh, yeah.
And we might be the only 2 people in Western New York based over this weekend without these.
Really?
Yes. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Big thank you, bro. So many of you folks I got to meet at Boot Barn on Saturday.
Yeah, it was a big hit, huh?
Yeah, I was out there from 11 to 1. It was fantastic. If you haven't been to this place, by the way, go check out Boot Barn.
So they must have really needed boots.
Well, yeah, it's Boot Barn.
Yeah.
And, well, they have workwear and cowboy hats.
Yeah.
If you saw the picture.
I did see that. You looked like a straight-up cowboy.
Thank you.
Is that what that was?
And then all the jerks who decided to Photoshop me in different.
The best one was Toy Story.
But
yeah.
While I was at Boot Barn,
what'd you figure out?
A whole bunch of folks were buying cowboy boots.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And not only that, a lot of the folks that I met that came into the Boot Barn were wearing cowboy boots on their feet as they walked into the Boot
So you're
Barn.
talking standard, old-school cowboy boot.
Now, here's the thing.
I
don't think there is such a thing as standard cowboy boots because the selection, and again, I'm not doing a commercial here. I'm being serious. I was astonished by the amount of different cowboy boots you could buy.
Okay.
If you like the American flag, I got great news. I got a bunch of them over at the Boot Barn.
All right.
So I was like, wow, because we had this discussion last week, and we brought up, hey, who wears cowboy boots around Western New York? And you got furious?
I can only name 2 people that I knew that ever wore cowboy boots.
But Kimmy brought up a great point.
Casually.
Kimmy brought up a great point. We don't hang in circles where cowboy boots would be worn.
True, but the casual cowboy I don't run into.
Okay, but that's what she said, and you got mad. No, I know everybody. I know everybody who wear cowboy boots.
I know people, they ride horses.
And then when he gets kicked in the ear by the cowboy boots?
Willie Hoots.
And then he tries to do karate to get back at him?
Hacha!
And then Ben shows up?
I got to do Ben now, too?
Do
That's
it,
your
dance
job.
monkey!
I love cowboy boots.
So I'm standing back looking at this scene of all these cowboy boots, both on feet and people shopping for them, and I go, wow, way more people buy cowboy boots than I thought.
Yeah.
And then last night, there was a big old concert at the KeyBank Center in Buffalo.
Oh, who was there?
Country star Zach Bryan. I don't even know if that's a real country person. It sounds like they just make these names up all the time. But he was performing.
He sounds popular.
Right?
Yeah.
And in all the pictures you saw, people walking in the venue, walking around the venue, cowboy boots everywhere.
He's got that hit Church Boots.
No, he doesn't.
But is an actual song.
How's it go?
Church boots worn by Jesus in the desert that must have hurt.
Aren't you supposed to wear boots in the desert? All the cowboys wear boots in the desert.
I think he wears sandals in the desert.
No, Jesus wore sandals in the desert. Yeah. Cowboys wear boots in the desert. So based on these 2 things this weekend, I've come to the conclusion that you and I may be the only 2 men in all of Western New York that do not own a pair of cowboy boots.
And we own boots.
Just not cowboy boots.
We just own sissy boots.
I'm wearing my sneaker boots today.
Those are sissy boots.
Oh, look who's talking about the sissy boots. Look who's talking about the sissy boots. Those are what, like, bar maidens in the Old West put on under their pantaloons.
I think those are the same boots my husband
Yeah, we have. We talked about it.
Yeah.
These are the most comfortable boots I've ever owned.
But, Kimmy, your husband owns a pair of cowboy boots? Did at one point?
He did. He ended up giving them to a guy that actually uses them for work purposes.
Okay. Right.
But he had them for a short period of time.
Where do you buy them again?
Austin, Texas.
Okay,
well,
so
that's boot country.
He got sucked into the country lifestyle.
Wait, you're saying he gone country?
He's gone country. Look at them boots.
Thank you. Even Ben, who we've just made fun of and talked to a second ago, said he owns a pair of cowboy boots, right? Like, maybe people are keeping it a secret. Maybe they're hiding them in their closet for the right event.
I'm going to start looking when I'm out.
Well, but again, not every situation is cowboy boot appropriate.
I understand that, but if they're in regular rotation, I should be seeing them.
I don't know, man. There were guys walking in, men and women walking in Saturday at the Boot Barn and at the concert.
All right. But those are 2 boot-specific areas of the country.
That's my point.
You're boot barning and you're countrying with a Zach.
That's my point. Like, if you go to CMAC this summer.
Oh, you're going to see them. Well, usually you see the girls wearing them.
Well, no,
But they got the Daisy Duke and they got the multicolored boot
Not
on.
Daisy Dukes. They have a single Duke. Can I get Daisy Dukes? Nah, I just need one. Thank you.
No, definitely. Do you think it's more of a summer shoe or a winter shoe?
For girls, it's summer.
But wouldn't you ruin your cowboy boots in the snow? Like the winter? Are those allowed to get...
But they are worn for riding horses and stuff.
I don't know, man. I know nothing about cowboy boots, and I tried to learn while I was at the Boot Barn, but there's just so much going on there.
I don't think I could walk in them either without slipping.
So here's the thing. I tried on a pair of cowboy boots when I was doing that picture that everyone meanly photoshopped into different photos. And yes, I get it. I fit perfectly in the Brokeback Mountain movie poster.
Because you wear the skinny boy jeans, right? So that meant that the jean had to get tucked into the boot, correct?
Which, by the way, I found out is not an inappropriate thing to do.
It's a bad message.
A lot of guys tucking their jeans into their boots.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I thought. Let me ask you
I didn't know they had a rodeo downtown.
Yeah, it's called the Downtown Rodeo.
Yeah?
You ever been?
Yeah, you were the main clown.
Not my first rodeo. It's my second rodeo.
I think it looks ridiculous when you had the jean tucked into the boot.
Oh, please tell me, man, who also doesn't own cowboy boots or has never. Have you ever worn a pair of cowboy boots?
No.
Ah, I have worn them. You haven't. I know of what I speak.
I never worn a boot that went up to my calf because my boots are, they're low. They're just to the ankle.
You sound like such a bitch.
No, but I never wore a boot up to my calf and try to walk around. I think I'd be moving like Frankenstein.
All right, so I'll ask you this. Right. If it turns out that we are like one of the few men who don't own a pair of cowboy boots, would you consider getting a pair of cowboy boots?
I might go down to the old boot barn and check it out.
No, I'm serious. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. Where are you going to get it from?
Because I've worn shoes that people thought were boots, but they weren't. Remember when you used to wear those really pointy Euro trash shoes?
I mean, you don't mind experimenting in the boot world. you have a large cross section of boots.
I take risks.
Yes, you do.
And I get killed for it all the time, but I come back for more.
Taking risks?
I walk in here, you guys light me up every day.
You're going to tell the firefighter wife you take risks with your boots?
Fashion risks.
Shut up!
Yeah, I was going to say, though, do you have the right outfit for the boots is the question.
So here's the other funny thing.
Because pullover sweater and boots.
No, but you ever seen like those, what do you call a Mexican cowboy?
El Cowboy?
No. Like,
Desperado.
No.
I don't know.
Gaucho.
How was I going to know? He's one of the Marx brothers.
So, no.
He was the Mexican one. With the hat on?
I thought that was Harpo.
I don't know.
But like those guys that play the big guitars and all that stuff, like those guys were like really ornate cowboy boots.
Yeah,
and they wear like loud outfits.
Uh-huh.
I got the loud outfit.
So it's so funny you bring up the loud outfit.
I just need a big guitar.
Kimmy, you're going to love this. Tommy dresses like such a sissy. Yeah. That he is so sissy shirted.
It loops back around.
Because there's a whole section
full circle.
Yes, cowboy country shirts that look like something that Tommy would wear. One of our
you have that paisley pattern shirt. Yeah.
And here's the thing, I didn't find him. One of our listeners who came out to the event comes up to me with his shirt and he goes, Tommy could totally wear this. I was like, oh my God, he could. It's like when you go so far east, you're back west again.
Yeah, see?
That's you.
So I was on to something.
Yeah.
I'm a pioneer.
No, but you could rock your paisley purple giant collared shirts with a pair of cowboy boots.
And an ornate pair of cowboy boots.
Yeah. I say go for it.
Did they have the ones that have the silver tips?
I did not see spurs.
So, no. I'm talking on the toe.
About.
Oh, yeah, I saw those.
So there's some that you can get, because I've seen them in different movies I've watched, where you can get like animal heads on the tips of your boots.
What movies are you watching and is your wife around while you're watching them?
Different ones.
Downtown Rodeo?
Yeah, But I'm telling you, like you can get like a ram's head.
Oh.
You can get like
on the boot.
On the tip of the boot.
Okay.
Usually it's like a steel tip.
I don't think I've ever seen this.
But you could get them like with ornaments on it. Oh. I don't know how you walk on these damn things.
Okay.
Because you're going to hear here's what you can't do in cowboy boots. You can't be a burglar. Because you're going to get arrested getting out of the truck.
No, bro, I put on a pair of higher-end cowboy boots.
You can hear yourself coming.
No, I'm telling you, man, they were quieter and comforter than I thought. I thought the same thing. Maybe there's something new in boot technology.
With that heavy like heel and leather, you think they'd be loud.
Bro, I'm telling you, I was blown away by the comfort of these cowboy boots.
All right.
Did not buy a pair.
Might have to slide down to the old boot barn and check it out for myself.
All right, so that means maybe the two last men without cowboy boots in Rochester are jumping on this pony. Right. And headed to the downtown rodeo. Let's take a break. You can wear your cowboy boots to the Eclipse. It's getting closer and closer.
Oh, but the stuff I seen it all now. I saw a sign the other day, and I take my daily walk. Mm-hmm. I walk past this place. I go, these broads are jumping on.
All right, so we'll hear old man rant.
Bro, this is the last place I thought would be jumping on the Eclipse bandwagon.
You know what? Let's wait to see if we're going to get enough rant where we're even going to talk about what I'm going to talk about here. Because now I'm dying to know what this sign said.
And it's a crappy sign.
Oh, man, you got me, man. You got me good.
It pisses me off because I want to stop and straighten out the sign.
I don't know what we're going to talk about, but it's a sign and it's an Eclipse. We're going to do it next here in the break room. Here on 96.5 WCMF. So here's the thing. We had a whole discussion to have about something going on with the eclipse.
Yeah.
Something we've seen over and over again, really, for the last couple of months.
Everybody's jumping on.
Yeah, that was the road we were going to go down there. But as we started teasing this discussion, the old man across from me lost his mind. And you got so passionate about something you said you saw in your neighborhood involving the eclipse.
Yes.
I don't even care about what I was going to talk about. You have me hooked. I'm yours. This better be good.
So every
You're hanging out in the break room.
Go.
Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Okay, go.
All right, so every day I take my old man walk, right?
Yep.
And I walk past this place, but I don't know what it actually is, but I think it's like a nunnery.
Okay. Is that the correct word for that?
Convent?
Convent, that would be it. Because like a nunnery implies they make nuns there.
Well, they kind of do.
No, but it's not like...
They may train nuns there.
Okay, but it's not
like
like a
an
model
assembly
tea
line.
plate. Yes, thank you.
Well, it's got a lot of saint stuff on it, stuff like that. So at the entrance, as I'm walking
Saint
one
stuff.
day... Yeah.
Sorry.
He was the worst saint of all time,
Saint
by the way.
stuff?
Saint stuff.
There's these two, look like maintenance guys, and they're putting these poles in the ground. So I walk past them, and I come back, and they're putting up this big sign that they had made. Like, it looks like one of these sign shops. And it basically is promoting that at this convent, you could come and reserve a spot for the eclipse.
Oh,
So you can park in their parking lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
And see the eclipse.
What's the problem?
I mean, look at these broads jumping on the eclipse money-grubbing bandwagon.
What's the problem? What's
First of
wrong
all,
with that?
the sign sucks because you can't read it. Because when they put it up, the sign, the wind blew and kind of half collapsed it, and they haven't fixed it yet.
You're upset that the nuns don't have a better park for the eclipse
They don't
sign.
have a better plan. You're a 2,000-year-old religion. You've been at this for a while promoting stuff.
Parking people for the eclipse.
Well, they park people for church.
Well, I was going to say a lot of
You
churches
don't need a
will,
sign that says park here for church at the church, you idiot.
and there are churches that will charge for all sorts of events to park in their lots.
The sky, God's sky. So you're charging me to come out. And by the way, they don't even tell you what you get, like where you're going to go. It just says, come enjoy the eclipse with us. But there's nothing like...
Maybe get a prayer or something.
I think you just get a parking spot and you can look up.
Okay, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Why is this any kind of an issue? It's completely reasonable that they're going to raise money for their convent, if that's what it is.
Doesn't say that.
Where do you think the money's going?
It don't say.
Where else would the money go? They're going to buy jet skis? Can't get those frocks wet? This is the stupidest angry bitch you've ever had in your life.
What?
Why can the nuns not make money on the eclipse?
Because you're already a tax-free organization.
Okay.
Like,
Wait
you
a minute.
really...
That's the line.
Well, think of it more as
Is
a
the nun
donation.
house going so bad, you got to charge me for a spot to go look at the goddamn eclipse? I don't mean to say it like that.
Yeah,
sister.
way to
I
go.
know.
You're burning in hell already.
But look at it as a donation that you may make to the church anyways if you're somebody that goes there.
But
to
it's not a
party lot.
church, it's a nunnery.
Okay.
Well,
can
but
you Google if the word nunnery is a
okay,
real
it
thing?
is a
I
word.
don't.
It is a word.
Convent.
Nunnery,
Convent.
nunnery. The definition of a nunnery.
Heavy on the.
Yeah, bad. No, bad. No.
But I don't think that whole service is there. I don't think you go to church there.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think they live there and they study there.
Okay.
I'm guessing, right? They go to nun school.
Yeah, I don't know how that works actually.
Well, I
To
guess
be-
they study religion and how to be a nun.
Is this near one of the Catholic campuses? Because that would make
Well,
sense.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
Naz and Fisher,
Yeah,
so
do-
those are both Catholic universities.
Do
right?
they have nuns on those campuses?
I don't think so.
Based on what?
I never see
They
one walking
might.
around when I'm there.
Well, then how do you know there's a nunnery right there?
Well, because it says Saint Joseph or Saint something.
Say something, yeah. We
It
covered
says
this.
Saint and Saint Chuck. Is there a Saint Charles?
There's St. Charles, yeah.
Oh, maybe it's. I don't know.
The hell's wrong with
But
you?
it says Sisters of. So that usually when it
okay.
says Sisters of,
Yeah.
I figure that's a convent/nunnery.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy is very upset because he went on his walk the other day. Everything that is Eclipse now makes you angry. He saw the, whatever it is, the Sisters of whatever, in Pittsford, setting up a sign offering people to park for a fee in their lot to watch the eclipse on April 8th. You're going to thank God, along with the nuns, that they are doing stuff like this.
Why?
Well, because people need a place to go to watch it. I don't think you comprehend how many people may just decide, I'm going to park on the street and look up.
But it's such a money grab, bro.
Why? Yes.
Because
why
y'all
would
never
you?
talk about the sky. You never do any of this stuff. You're not
Wait,
a
bro, wait,
you,
hold on.
You ain't the Wegmans parking lot.
Hold on.
You're literally trying to jump on over here.
And not to get theological on you, but this is actually in line with what, if they're Catholic, what the Catholic Church has done for millennia. Like, surprisingly,
What's that?
the
They
Catholic
big on the sky?
Yeah, the Catholic Church is big on sky and science.
Oh.
I don't know if you know that.
Did not know that.
Yes, they do. Kimmy, you can Google all the things that priests and nuns have discovered using research from just sitting around all the time. Like, I believe... I'm not even going to get into this with you.
Yeah, maybe.
All right.
No, I mean, like...
If we had to Google what nunnery means, maybe we should be diving into this conversation.
Why don't you just open up a book before you get angry? You can just simple Google. It's possible that that's a place where they keep tabs on the sky, in all sincerity.
All right.
Because I think there are... I'm almost positive there are priests, like, groups of priests that work doing that stuff.
Like
that
observatory?
Yeah.
I never see no priest doing
the stars and stuff.
The telescope?
Can you Google priest observatory? I'm almost positive.
I mean, none of the planets are named after saints. Wouldn't it be like a Saint so-and-so planet then?
Saint so-and-so planet.
Well, if they're doing the planets, they tend to name everything after saints.
Okay. There's a difference
Saint
between...
Pluto. There ain't no... There's a Saint Pluto.
Pluto's not a planet anymore, idiot.
Oh, couldn't believe.
There's the Vatican Observatory. It's an astronomical research and education institution.
Right. Yeah, like you should know this. You went to Catholic school.
Yeah, I didn't really pay attention.
Okay, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I'll ask you this question then, because there's a ton of places that are going to charge people to use their space to watch up during the eclipse. What are you okay with? What kinds of places are allowed to charge?
Commercial places that look like they're only in it for the money. That's my point. Like, you're in it, if you're just in it for the money, I get it, man. You're just a grocery store, you're a business. Mm-hmm. I understand.
Yeah. How else are places like this supposed to raise funds for their living situations?
Catholics donating money to go to church?
Hey, I don't know if you noticed, but we're the least religious we've ever been in this country in the history of this country.
Well, that ain't... I'm not the one pushing your message.
No, that's fine. But I'm saying, well, I just don't get... Like, I know the fundraisers every single church does all the time. All the time. Like, if you want to complain that a Catholic church has open gambling in a parking lot, I would listen to that argument.
That's what I could get behind.
I would not listen to that argument. If you want to argue that, like, churches shouldn't be selling alcohol as part of festivals, I could get behind that argument.
I like that one.
If you're going to argue that they shouldn't charge for a parking spot for a once-in-a-lifetime event, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Like, you're fine with the stuff that's bad.
It looks money grubbing.
Okay.
Don't you think?
Running a casino in the church parking lot looks money grubbing.
No, but at least you're getting something out of it.
What are you getting? You're losing
prizes.
Your money.
No, you win prizes. You might win a trip to sunny Acapulco.
Well, we don't know based on what you told us, which is not a whole lot other than that they had a sign. We don't know what they're going to be doing for the eclipse.
This is
there
the
could
worst
be
sign
stuff
of all
going
time.
on in the parking lot.
Get over the sign, man. If they had a nicer sign, that would make you angry too. You need the money, but you got a nice sign? Got the money for the sign? I hope it's sold out, and I hope you can't walk anywhere. I hope they're parking days in advance. There's RVs pulling in, living at the nunnery or the convent or whatever. Yeah. Shut up. Why do you get so mad? And you make me mad for your stupid man thing.
I don't know. Because, like, here's the thing. Like, the school's not doing it. I didn't see a sign, because I walked by Naz. I didn't see a sign.
I'm assuming all colleges have something going on
SUNY
their
Brockport
campuses.
is charging money to have people out on their campus because Brockport's going to have the longest exposure to the
something like that. Yeah.
Well, I didn't see anything
extra
at Naz.
Seconds.
And I walk past Naz every day. I walk through Naz every
maybe
day.
the
big Naz guy.
Maybe it's for the students, not for the creeps who walk through campus.
They call me Tommy Naz.
Like, they're positioning the sign strategically so Tommy sees none of them so he doesn't show up. By the way, we're getting a bunch of tweets now explaining that the nuns, not the only ones that are trying to take advantage of this.
Who else is jumping on the old Sky bandwagon?
At Vex Patriarch tweeted us a picture of a poster at Wegmans. It says, "Your solar eclipse party planning destination."
Look at that.
Like,
that's okay with you?
Yeah, because they're in the business to sell things.
No, but you think these parties are stupid, and everyone that's going to do it is a sucker.
But I don't blame Wegmans. They'll put out solar party planners.
Was that Danny's idea? Yeah. Danny, I love you, Danny, and I think you know who I am, and you're the best, and you're so cool. I'm going to drive around
he
in
is
Ferrari
cool,
and
man.
Lamborghini. I want to wear shirts like you, and I do, but I look like a busted-ass poor person. I look like Danny Wegman if Danny Wegman got hit on the head with a hammer and he had fetal alcohol syndrome.
I want to know, based on the sign at Wegmans, what an eclipse-ready favorite is. Like, is it all eclipse-themed food?
Well,
you got to have
do,
your standard, sandwiches and cookies.
Well, no, but they're going to do...
Right, but what's the spin on it?
I mean, they're going to do, like, eclipse themed bakery stuff, right?
Yeah.
Right? You got to do that.
Moon pie.
You're the dumbest person that already exists. That's already.
Well, that's what you would have.
No,
you
that's a
moon
trademark
pie.
name. That is a trademark name that comes in a plastic bag that says moon pie on it. Stupid.
Yeah, but they make their own version.
You can't call it the. What are you going to call it? Lunar pie?
Yes. There'll be some kind of pie.
Yeah, of course there'll be.
Sky pie.
Sky pie, yeah. Shut up. You've been in this business for 30 years, a creativity business, and you always have the worst ideas of all time, and you can't wrap your head around why a nunnery or a convent or whatever.
He's going to grab money.
Shut.
They're not even going to save my soul.
Okay, yeah, because look and listen to you.
Well, this is what you do.
You don't.
I go to Wegmans, at least I get food.
You're agnostic.
No, you should convert me.
You would.
You're a convent. You should convert me at the convent.
That's not the same
at
word.
At the nunnery.
There'll be a convert. You're an idiot. 252 WCMF. Tommy walks by a building. Here's what we know about the building.
Yeah.
Tommy believes it has nuns in it. That's all we know.
It has saint figures in front.
Okay, but you don't even know if these women live here?
It just says Sisters of.
So
no, I don't know if they live there.
This may not even be what you think it is.
It kind of looks like. It's got to be some kind of religious thing.
Okay.
It's not like a regular business.
They put out a sign as he was walking by yesterday that says they are charging for parking spots to watch the eclipse in their parking lot.
Reserve your spot now. They don't even see how they say it too. Reserve your spot now. They don't tell you what they're charging.
Well, they'll probably tell you when you reserve your spot.
They'll tell you when you pull in.
Why don't you call?
Cha-ching. I'm not, but I don't care.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Tom. Hey, Tom, what's going on, buddy?
Tommy's an idiot.
Why is that?
Their property, if they want to charge to park to watch the eclipse, they can absolutely do that. Saying tax-free organization, like everything's free. If you don't want them to charge for anything, stop charging them for stuff.
Man, I don't get that. But Tom, I'm with you though. I'm with you on everything else. And
well,
even
what
if
I'm
it was...
saying is, as you said, you've got to generate cash to pay.
You gotta generate cash.
See, this is when he has no other argument.
We can buy some more candles,
No,
just like your mother, Audrey Hepburn, did. Or the African Queen.
I love how you didn't know what impression you were doing to begin with, but you caught it on the back end. I'm very proud of you for that.
Always do.
But Tommy, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Tommy. Finish up hard.
No, I'm just not. I'm not sure what his problem is.
My problem is they're just jumping. They're just jumping on a trend to fill their pockets.
It's not to fill their pockets, as Patrick said. They've got bills to pay, just like you do. They devote
he
their
ain't got
life
bills
to
to
God.
pay. You don't own a house. You don't buy the food. He sits there.
Ain't no sign in my yard.
He's a 5'3" Dotson. Tom, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Hey,
right.
Patrick, have a good one.
Thank you. Why does he call me Patrick? I'm uncomfortable.
Because that's what they talk like back in the day.
Can I also point out
in old school Hollywood?
Can I also today, in the last 15 minutes, in 2024, we had a Groucho Marx reference and an Audrey Hepburn reference. Nobody knows the impression you're doing. The nuns that are ancient who may live at that convent would be like, what is he? I don't get it. I don't understand. Okay. So if you want to be like Tommy, all you Tommy Nation out there, don't you dare give these sisters any of your money to watch the sky.
I'm gonna go one step further. When's the actual day? The 12th of April?
You kidding me, right?
Is it the 8th or 12th?
Okay, look at me in the face. We have had...
Look at you in the face all the time. Where else am I looking?
20 discussions about this. There are signs everywhere that tells you what the date is.
It's the 8th.
Yeah.
Be careful where you park that day because you may get whacked. Like you may pull into some place, just like your normal place of business.
Yeah.
They're going to charge you on your way out.
It's some sky ass is going to be there with their hand out wanting $5-10.
Okay.
And you're gonna have no choice because you already pulled in.
They're gonna charge you on the way in, stupid.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Well, then you would know.
Yeah.
Just beware. You may get whacked.
I hope your wife charges you for a parking spot in your driveway when you get home that day. I'm gonna call her and suggest it because she's got to recoup cash from you somehow. The 5'3" Dotson that you are. All right, let's take a break. Speaking of older women, I mean nuns traditionally older women.
Yeah.
Right. We have another one of our famous break room one-line stories.
Oh.
And it involves an elderly woman charged with something you would not imagine her being charged with.
Oh, really?
Because we've seen people get violent in desperate situations. We've seen people steal things in desperate situations. That's not super shocking. This one, however, we need with the few details we have to figure out how someone of this age could be charged with this.
Oh, bad granny.
We'll tell you what it is next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. we need to know what put this woman in the news.
Okay.
I mean, we know, but we need some more details. Because just the idea of someone like this getting arrested for this charge is nuts. And you'd laugh at the idea of them being any kind of threat. But here we sit, and this lady is in some trouble.
How old?
You're hanging out in the breaker. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF, just after 8:45, 8:50. The end of an era for one of the Bills' biggest rivals, which is weird, Kimmy, because up until this season, we had heard over and over again that this guy was just as good, if not better, than our guy.
There was always that comparison.
We'll get to it just after 8:45, 8:50 here in the break room on CMF. Are we ready for another one of our famous break room one-line stories?
Hell yeah.
Comes to us from Geneva. A 71-year-old woman.
God, 71?
Was arrested on a warrant.
That's an old, crusty country granny.
Wait, you saying this granny is going country?
She gone country. Look at that loot.
A 71-year-old woman was arrested on a warrant in Geneva for harassment.
What the hell was she harassing?
Now, those are the only details we have. Well, okay, we also know that she was arraigned and released with a court date in the future. So authorities don't believe this 71-year-old woman is enough of a threat where they had to keep her locked up.
Yeah.
But she was charged with harassment.
So that means to harass, I guess you...
Okay, well, I'll stop you there.
Yeah.
Kimmy, for the context of the story, before he starts doing what he normally does, can you please Google the definition of harassment in the state of New York? Thank you. And I will ask this question even before we dive into the conversation. Right. Has an elderly woman ever done anything in your past where you called or considered calling the police?
Like it got to that point?
Yes. Because, I mean, it's not totally unprecedented. It must have happened in the past before.
No, I'm sure. Everybody can lose their old crap.
Kimmy, what do you got?
Harassment is committing actions with the intent to harass, threaten, or seriously annoy or alarm another person.
Okay, so
a threat could be part of the harassment.
But normally when a threat's involved, it goes past harassment. I mean, at least what we've seen in stories before.
Like seriously annoy is pretty vague.
Yeah, it's
because what's annoying to me may not be annoying to you.
What do you mean?
Every 71-year-old is seriously annoying.
I would argue it's a little bit younger than that.
How young?
I don't know. Have either of you ever considered calling the cops on an elderly person?
Well, my mind immediately goes to my father.
Okay.
Who was called by the cops, called on him and had threats and lawsuits to his 80s. You know, he got to the point where he just didn't care.
But for some reason, I like a guy that age. I kind of I'm not surprised by it.
Okay.
So
you think they would take it too far?
Yes, it's the gender that's throwing me here. It's the woman.
No, I would think it kind of goes the same way for an older woman because you may go into it with the mindset of I'm not threatening. They're not going to call the cops on me. If anybody's scared, it should be me in this situation.
Yeah, there is a gray shield she probably operates under.
Look, I mean, along those lines.
Because I think you get away with a lot.
But along those lines, anybody that's harassing or threatening doesn't think they're threatening or harassing. They never believe they're doing anything illegal. They're just doing it because
they're standing up for themselves.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what they see here. Okay. So, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, would you consider someone who called the cops on a 71-year-old lady a bitch?
That would probably where my mind would go first.
So you would never do it?
No.
For anything?
I mean, I can't imagine what that would be. It would have to be such a violent...
Well, no, it doesn't have to be violent.
For me, it would have to be.
So you're telling me that a 71-year-old woman couldn't annoy you to the point where you were like, I got to stop this. I got to stop this.
I mean, if people found out about it, it would be on me. No matter what. They wouldn't even care what she did.
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You take your lawn very seriously.
I do.
Okay. So every day, a 71-year-old woman in your neighborhood walks onto your property, doesn't care, starts taking some of the stuff you plant in the backyard.
What are you just cultivating?
Well, no, you just said that you wouldn't call for anything.
I would have to, but that's
not... Never. You're a bitch. And you tell her, please stop. Bless you. And she doesn't. And she looks you in the face while she's doing it the entire time. And look, you say that's out of the question. Is it? With some of the women of that age that we've met?
All right, I'd have to call the cops.
You bitch!
Well, I can't do anything. I can't put my hands on her.
Well, why would you want to put your hands on her?
Well, they could drag her up my property.
Yeah, I would guess once it starts showing up at your house, that's when you're going to feel the most violated.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But it would take that. It would take something that absurd for me to call the cops. Because if she was just being a pain in the ass, I would just ignore her. Unless I couldn't, maybe. I mean, it would have to get to such a point.
Okay.
That had to be put, because that point, I don't even know what that is.
So then you're saying there is maybe a chance you would call the cops.
But she would have to be such a super C. You know what I mean? In my world.
Sure. I love how you're like, I'm too polite to call the cops
I
a 71
am.
year old woman. And then follow that up with, she would have to be such that for me to call the cops on her. Because I'm a polite.
A super C.
Yes, thank you. So there is something we need to consider here.
What's that?
With this one-line story that we have with no details, again, a 71-year-old woman in Geneva was arrested on a warrant for harassment. The person that called the cops could also be an old person.
It could be.
Right?
It could be.
If the victim's in their 70s and 80s, would you then understand why they would call the cops?
A little bit more, but if it was a dude, if it was a 70-year-old, like I'm 64.
Yeah.
So I'm close to her age.
Sure.
I mean, I would look bad.
Okay.
Don't you think?
Kimmy?
I don't know. I would say the older you get, though, the shorter your
fuse.
The shorter your fuse, the
Tell me
less
about it.
patience you have with people. So I would completely understand somebody over that age.
And
Man,
calling.
yo, light my
Speaking
ass
of
up.
no patience.
If I came in here and told you that some 70-year-old woman pissed me off to the point where I called the cops, you two would drag me up and down the hallways of this fine establishment.
First of all, establishment. Second of all, no. I mean, I guess it depended on the situation. Yeah, sure, I'd bust your balls to your face, but I wouldn't do it to anybody else.
Okay, so let's say I'm in line at my favorite coffee, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she taking her time.
Mm-hmm.
And she, in front of me, starts counting out with the coins.
Okay.
And I make a dumb comment under my breath. She turns around and takes a whole wad of change and chucks it in my face.
I would think you're a bitch for calling the cops then. Because it's just a one-time thing and it's over. In this
In my
case,
You
face.
started it.
She started it with the coin.
yeah, and by the way, no matter what you do, it doesn't excuse violence.
If I got assaulted with her coin purse.
If I watched that, I would be howling with laughter. Howling with laughter. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I treat you on that one.
Oh, you treat me the same on every guy.
for
I like
God's
how all of a
sakes.
sudden, like, you all think you got some kind of, like, Tommy's soul tucked inside of you. You're going to cut me a break.
I love how you ask me a question. I give you an answer. You go, no.
You do the same thing to me all the time.
See, you're doing it right now. Harassment. And second old man wave. I told you, you're limited on your old man waves. You can't just be throwing them around all willy-nilly.
All right, I only did 2 today.
Okay, well, you're done, and you're out of both your timeouts because they weren't justified old man waves. You know, it's very possible that this should happen more than it does.
Oh.
Old ladies are hard-headed. Mm-hmm. Old ladies are stubborn. They want things when they want them.
Yeah.
And they believe they're entitled to it. So if you tell them no for whatever reason and they are not getting what they want, they can get nasty.
I will say, the richer the granny, the nastier they are. I'm telling you, man. You run into these upper-end grannies who've been handed everything their whole life.
Do you hear yourself right now?
These privileged grannies
You sound like
are
you're
out of
running for
control.
office and you're trying to villainize somebody. These high-end grannies.
They're coming into our malls. They're coming into our country clubs. They don't take care of their children. They're on narcotics.
And here's the thing. You know, you keep bringing up violence. It doesn't have to get violent for things to get scary. Look, if they keep bothering you over and over again, where you can't live your life, if they're at your front door, if they're calling you all the time, if they're posting crazy stuff online nonstop, that could legitimately negatively affect your life. I would understand why someone would call the cops.
Okay.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, one of our famous break room online stories. A 71-year-old woman in Geneva was arrested on a warrant for harassment. Connor's on CMF. Hey, Connor.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good, buddy. What you got?
Well, it's not an old lady, but this past Thanksgiving, I actually did have to call the sheriff on an 86-year-old man tried to run me over with his car.
Okay, but what did you do?
I didn't do anything.
No, but Connor, what'd you do? Look, man.
But he was gunning for you?
Did he know your name was Connor? Because that might be enough for an 86-year-old to run somebody over.
You know, I've actually had a lot of old people say it's a very strange name. But no, I was waiting in my wife's grandparents' driveway, and my mother and father-in-law pulled in, and a very elderly man pulled in behind them. I figured, it's just friends of the grandparents. All of a sudden, this guy gets out of the car screaming and yelling with his fists in the air, screaming. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And apparently my father-in-law had cut him off. So I don't know.
It's the Battleship Hat crew. That's the problem.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. So I just tried to, keep the peace, and I tried to corral the man back towards his car. And he got in his car and he put it in drive and aimed it right at me and floored it.
So no kidding, you got out of the way though. That's good.
Hold on.
What?
Yeah. I ended
Can
up having to
I have
jump
a
right out of the way.
Connor, when you say you corralled him, what does that mean?
I guess just kind of had my arms up a little bit because he was swinging, trying to throw punches.
Whoa!
I'm like, come on, kid, it's Thanksgiving. Come on, let's try to.
I would have loved to watch this.
I'm sure all the neighbors did. It was,
so you called the cops and they arrested his ass?
I don't think so because I showed them. I had the whole incident on video.
So he split.
I showed them the video. And I guess he lives somewhere in the neighborhood. I'm not sure. And I didn't even have to tell them his name or nothing. I didn't have to give them a license plate. They already knew exactly where to go. So I'm assuming he probably called as well.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Damn.
Well, Connor, thank you for the story, buddy. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you're safe. Glad you're safe.
Me too. Thanks, guys. Love you guys.
Love you too. There goes Connor.
He brings up a funny point because chances are a guy like that will also call the cops thinking he's right.
Like we talked about, nobody
they may
harassed.
call the cops on themselves, thinking they're the victim in this situation.
Yes, I mean, it hits a certain age where no matter what you do, you think you're justified in doing it.
Okay,
right?
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Duff. So Tommy, these self-righteous, entitled, handed everything grandpas, which is what you are. But the poor people that work at Wegmans are going to start calling in harassment on you because you go in and harass them all the time while you're picking out your produce and your fennel seeds and talking to them about all the different vegetables and everything that you just take your free will to talk to them. I'm pretty sure they could give a crap blast about what you got to say.
He's coming into our grocery stores. He's driving down our streets. You don't take care of his grandkids.
No, absolutely not, right? And just takes up space like a dachshund in the yard.
Anything else, Mike? I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, no, I'm done.
Okay, Mike, great call, buddy. Thanks. Have a good rest of the day. Look, again, it's possible that this is happening with elderly women more. We're just not hearing it.
All right.
Because
unreported.
Well, we see stories all the time of men in their 70s and 80s getting arrested for things like Connor described, right? They get mad, they get violent, and we see that story and go,
Yeah.
But if your opinion is, I'm not calling the cops on a 71-year-old woman, Kimmy, your opinion is the same. You're going to wait till the absolute last minute.
Yeah.
If they're getting more slack,
so they're walking,
doing it all the time.
Nobody's calling the cops. So maybe this is happening at an equal clip. Both men and women. Folks are just too afraid to call the authorities.
All right,
possible, right?
Good for grannies.
Well, no,
they're running wild.
Wild gangs of grannies overtaking our downtowns.
Worst movie I ever saw was The Gangs of Grannies of New York.
Let's take a break. The AFC East is going to look a lot different this year.
So what happened?
Well, yesterday.
Some crazy trades I saw.
Dynamite drop in, NFL expert Tommy.
Out of control.
A man who was going to be the future of this franchise was traded, and it's interesting.
They kept arguing for him, even though everybody was kind of like, "Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work."
Well, he went from a first-round pick to now a backup, and it was less than a year ago, Kim, that there were legitimate NFL talking heads arguing this guy was better and was going to be better than our guy. And we'll tell you who we're talking about next to the break room on CMF. It's a change time of year in the NFL, Tommy.
So what happened?
Well, for example, this morning, huge news. Former Broncos quarterback Russell Wilson has signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
So he's out.
Well, he's in Pittsburgh.
But out.
He was cut last week.
So he was the man. He was supposed to be the man in Denver.
Yeah, it wasn't quite the man.
That was short-lived, yeah.
And speaking of short-lived guys who were supposed to be the man, this guy, who is no longer with the team that drafted him after a trade yesterday, was at one point, according to legitimate NFL experts, better than the guy we had.
Oh, really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, the New England Patriots have traded quarterback Mac Jones to Jacksonville.
Damn.
He will back up, it seems, Trevor Lawrence down in Jacksonville. Why are you making the ooh face?
Jacksonville just sucks to live.
I know you hate Jacksonville, but this has nothing to do with football.
I know.
He was drafted. He was a first-round pick, Mac Jones, back in 2021. God, it was 3 years ago.
Yeah.
2021, 15th overall pick.
So New England's just completely stripped.
Well, I mean, the coach is gone.
Yeah.
Quarterback's gone, but he was terrible. They were going to do something about
so
that.
they're really starting from ground zero.
Yes. And what I love about this, and you know how petty I am.
Well, you hate New England.
Well, I do hate New England. I hate Belichick. I hate everything about them. And I hate people who still buy into this idea that up until the middle of last year, New England was something still. You got to watch out, man. They knew what to do.
People were calling him the Wizard.
Yeah. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. There was a time.
I am so petty, LaBelle. Let's not forget, it was up to a year ago that legitimate NFL talking heads and all Patriots fans were arguing that Mac Jones was a better quarterback than Josh Allen in that moment and would eventually be a better quarterback when it was all said and done.
He was going to surpass him.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
he had his potential was higher.
We all remember that, right? Especially during his rookie year, he took the Patriots to the playoffs. They were going to come into Buffalo and show them what a real team looked like, and he got his ass blown out. But he's still a rookie. It's okay. They're going to take a step forward the next year. And from that moment on, it was nothing but an embarrassing downfall for Mac Jones and the Patriots offense.
So did he play at Alabama?
Yes, he did.
So he obviously was good at Alabama. Did he like national championship guy?
Yes, probably.
So all these Alabama quarterbacks, do any of them ever pan out?
No, that's what I told you when they were drafted, is there hasn't been an Alabama quarterback since Namath that's been successful in the NFL.
Yes, he won it in 2021.
Now, I mean, Jalen Hurts, Alabama quarterback, went to a Super Bowl with the Eagles last season. Right. That's impressive. I mean, Tua Tagovailoa is doing better than any Alabama quarterback's done in years and years and years and years.
Yeah.
Right? But when it comes to dominant NFL, and even you can make the argument that Joe Namath wasn't that great. You go look at his numbers.
He's very overrated quarterback.
Didn't even play well in the game that he guaranteed they were going to win. Yeah. Talking out of the side of my mouth here, but it's a fact. You can go look it up yourself. May not qualify to be a legitimate Hall of Famer, in my humble opinion. So no, to answer your question. Right. But the reason the Patriots drafted him, for those who don't know, Bill Belichick, former Patriots head coach, really good friends with Nick Saban.
Oh, they're tight.
Yeah, Alabama head coach. And Nick Saban sold him, according to reports, on Mac Jones. And he took him.
And now all three are out of work.
Yes, you're 100% right. It is amazing.
Yeah.
You know, the NFL, they say it stands not for long.
Mm-hmm.
How fast guys that are the next big thing get given up on.
Fizzle out.
Well, it's not like Mac Jones was a bust out of the gate like Sam Darnold or Zach Wilson was, right? Like Mac Jones took his team to the playoffs. Yeah. People believed in him. They even gave him a third opportunity when it looked like, in a third season, when it looks like things were a disaster.
Yeah.
But there are guys every year who are next in line for superstardom, and then all of a sudden their teams quit on them. And it's not out of the question. In fact, it's an almost certainty that there is a quarterback that's on the borderline of superstardom in the NFL this year, that we all expect to do big things, that in a year or two will be completely forgotten.
Do you think, though, that's on the player or just the timing and situation that they end up in? Because I think it's kind of like both in a way.
I agree with you.
Right?
I think it's more the timing and situation.
The best player, it could be drafted and end up somewhere where they're just not being utilized, and then they kind of fizzle out because no other team wants to take a chance on them, and at that point, they just never developed the way they could have.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. Look, I mean, as much as I like to make fun of Mac Jones, it's possible that Mac Jones got put in a really bad spot. I mean, he had a defensive coordinator as his offensive coordinator last year in New England.
How'd that work out?
Not great.
Yeah.
Not great. But, you look at the guys that are, on the cusp of transitioning into superstardom in the NFL right now. Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville.
He's good.
Justin Herbert in Los Angeles. Okay. Both of these guys have not lived up to expectations set by other people. Are those the guys that all of a sudden teams are like, nah, we don't want them anymore?
How long can you keep doing this?
What do you mean by that?
You don't stick with a program and see if it pans out or not.
You can do it. I mean, if you're willing to sit and back up somebody for your career, you can stick around. Like, look at Geno Smith. Like, he was a backup for years, and all of a sudden he became, the starter in Seattle. I mean, I don't know how long that's going to last, but it seemed to work out. He stuck around long enough to eventually become a starter.
But it's how long? And to put that into context, Geno Smith was drafted the same year as Bills quarterback E.J. Manuel.
Oh, my God, that dude?
And it wasn't until 2 seasons ago that he finally had an opportunity to start in the NFL.
And you see that happen sometimes with guys who've stuck around, and I think Nick Foles was kind of one of those guys. I don't know how hyped he was coming out.
But I mean, it's super rare.
Yeah.
I mean, we've never seen a story
So
like
this is all
Geno
good
Smith.
for the Bills.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's going to be...
There's one team there that's a disaster right
I
now.
kind of wanted Mac Jones to stick around. I thought that would have been better for the Bills.
Yeah.
Like, sign Tua. Sign him to another contract. I think that's a good idea, too, in Miami.
Yeah, because you don't know who you're going to have to face next.
You know what's funny is we're talking about these quarterbacks that were supposed to be the next big thing. Again, we're talking about Mac Jones, former Patriots quarterback, now a member of the Jacksonville Jaguars. They traded him, 15th overall pick, for a 6th-round pick, a guy that was better than Josh Allen up until like 12 months ago. You look at the story of a guy, your boy.
Who's my boy?
Baker Mayfield.
Oh, yeah, he's coming around.
So I don't know if you saw yesterday, he signed, what, Kimmy, a 3-year, $100 million
It was over
contract?
$100 million.
With Tampa?
Yeah.
God damn.
Now, I don't know how much of that's guaranteed, but he was going to get that money from somewhere else. If he doesn't, to Kimmy's point, if Baker Mayfield doesn't catch on with the Bucs in a weak division that needed a quarterback, he would have been a career backup for the rest of his forever.
Yeah.
Like last year, he played on 3 separate teams. He was a Brown.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of thought he was done, right?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of still think he's done, but that's a whole other
All
discussion.
right, but you never liked him to begin with.
No, I thought he was fine. It's just like
you didn't like his commercials.
No, his commercials were great.
We didn't argue against the commercials.
It was you saying he was going to be better than Josh. Again,
his stock at that point was way higher than Josh.
No, he hadn't done anything on the field.
No, his stock was high.
No, just because he can do a good ad read doesn't make him a good quarterback.
It's very hard to interact, with different celebrities. He was funny.
He was very funny.
Yeah,
he was very, very funny. Yeah. Bill Burr, I wouldn't want as my quarterback for the Buffalo Bills. You know what I'm saying?
Know what that is.
Okay, everybody
knows what Bill Burr is.
Most famous comedian on the planet right now.
Pretty sure that's Chris Rock.
Shut up, Chris Rock. And look, I mean, if we're going to be real about it here, right? Like everything can change in an instant with all of these rosters. Look what happened with the Bills last week. We talked about Jordan Poyer now gone, center Mitch Morse now gone, Tre'Davious White now gone. Kimmy, 2 years ago, who would have thought that Tre'Davious White wasn't going to be on this roster anymore?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, injuries help that along.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Yeah. Like all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, everything is upside down.
But you still got your boy.
Well, we do. I mean, as long as the Bills have Josh Allen and he's upright, they're always contenders.
Right.
So we got that going for us, and it shows you how important a quarterback is. So this means with the Patriots, are they picking third overall this in the draft? They could be looking for a quarterback.
Is it a big quarterback year?
There were 4 guys.
Good.
One that's like head and shoulders. The 2 and 3 there's an argument about, and then there's a kid from Michigan who's rocketing up the draft boards like somebody does every year.
Okay. But
who knows?
All right.
I mean, look, you didn't think Patrick Mahomes was going to be that guy coming out of Texas Tech. Nobody thought Josh Allen would be that guy coming out of Wyoming. You have no idea. Lamar Jackson, Louisville. Who cares, right?
Yeah, true.
So fingers crossed, everybody.
Let's do it.
Another dud. Let's take a break.
All right.
Well, if you're going to become a professional athlete, you need to be motivated.
You got to focus.
Yeah. And everybody wants motivation for their youngin'. But when you can't find that motivation,
then you got to, get a little spark.
Okay,
no, you gotta boot them.
This isn't about motivation in yourself. This is about motivation as a youngster, because this kid, his mother is convinced, and it's so serious she asked us not to use her name when she wrote us this over the weekend.
But the kid is motivated?
No, he's not motivated.
Oh.
And there's a specific reason she's writing this show, because this kid will sound a lot like 2 guys you may know in the past that they lived.
Oh.
So we may be the perfect people, at least according to this mother, to help her out.
Okay.
We'll tell you the story, and we'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. what kind of kid you were will change where you fall as a parent in this dilemma.
Okay.
Because mom is scared for her son, and she wants to see change. But one of the most frustrating parts of being a parent, you can't make your kids see what you already know.
True.
Even though their decisions will have long-lasting consequences for their lives down the road.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 9:25, 9:30, there is a new food truck that will be showing up in Rochester in the summertime.
Oh, they pushed it now.
It's nothing extreme. It's the business who's doing it that has someone in this room very excited.
Oh.
However, as great as this business is, and everybody loves them, Kimmy, this ain't a summer food truck. This is not a summer food truck.
No, it's not. You definitely don't think about it this time of year. But maybe we should.
Oh, here we go. Thunder Thigh Rodeo. I can hear him now in the distance, son.
You talking about the downtown Thunder Thigh Rodeo?
Yes.
We'll get to that just after 9:25, 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. All right, so over the weekend, we got a Facebook message from a mom, and she asked us not to use her name, and you may understand why in a second.
All right.
So she writes us, quote, "Hey, guys." Such a mom thing to start. My 8th grade son is currently failing 3 of his classes in school.
I'm with this kid already.
We were told this week that he can only go to summer school for 2 of his classes.
Oh.
So if he doesn't get a passing grade in at least 1 of the 3 before the end of the year, he may not move on to the high school.
So he's repeat boy.
You want to try that again?
Repeat.
This kid's dumb. He's a repeat. Mom goes on.
Yeah.
I think of myself as an active parent. I've taken him to see if there are any issues with learning. The answer has been no so far. I make sure he has time after school to stay with teachers, which I make him do, and it makes no difference. I feel like he doesn't, it feels like he doesn't care. He's not getting into trouble. He's a nice kid. He just doesn't care about his grades. If he doesn't pass the classes he needs to and gets held back, which I don't think he thinks will happen, it will be socially devastating for him. Not to mention, I think it'll be a spiral that gets even worse with his grades. Tommy and Duffy have mentioned before they were like this when they were younger. And this might be my last hope.
Oh, Jesus.
What can I do?
Your toes, lady.
What can I do to motivate my son and get him to see this is something he has to take seriously? All right. So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. One thing is for sure. She came to the right place.
Yes.
Normally, we cannot help anybody with any problems, but we have very close personal experience with this, right? 2 experts in slackassing, a PhD in slackassery, if you will.
Yes.
So, Tommy, I will start with your dumbass. Is there anything this woman can do to get her son to understand the mistake he's making?
Okay, so as bad as a student I was, I never was held back. And why that is my parents, I always ended up going all the way up to the edge of the volcano.
Okay.
Smelling the sulfur.
Okay.
And then doing just enough to get by.
So you had the ability to do just enough to get by?
Yes.
Okay.
Which would really piss off my parents.
Okay.
But I never got any better.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to be left behind.
You lived at the edge of the volcano, is what you're saying.
Yeah. So maybe with this kid, let him get close to the edge and see what it's like when the reality really hits that all his buddies are going to be moving on and you're going back to Camp Dumbass. Might be.
Are you ready for the summer?
Camp Dumbass. No, you know what I'm saying?
No, look.
Like the fear of when the reality sets in that your ass is staying behind. Because that's always did it for me.
Yeah.
Like I always got into summer school.
So you were a little scared.
Oh, yeah.
You could be.
But that's what scared me. The reality is you're not going forward.
Okay, I get what you're saying, and I was kind of in the same spot. But the way that this woman is describing the situation, it sounds like she said, he doesn't think this can happen to him.
Well, that's why you got to walk him to the edge.
But here's the thing. It could get to a point where it's too late.
Yeah.
But that might also, and maybe the worst thing is it happens. He has to stay behind.
Wait, that is the worst thing?
No, that might not be the worst thing that happens to him. It might be that's what he needed, that wake-up call. Because, you can't crack an ass and think you're going to get an Einstein. Put that on a T-shirt.
But don't you think as a kid you might lose motivation if you fall behind a year? Like you might think well, what's the point in trying at all now?
To her point, look, man, if this kid doesn't see how important getting his stuff done at school can be just out of laziness, it takes a serious consequence to wake them up, like you're describing.
A reality check.
That being said, if these are the consequences, I think it makes things worse. Because, Tommy, I don't know about you. When my grades started to get really bad, I just shut it down. I felt like there was no way to get back to where everywhere else was. And, Kimmy, every year, right, like, you need things from the class you learned before to continue to do in that class.
Right, like there is a point where you may get so far behind, like you can't get caught up without learning those prior things that you missed.
That's where I was. Like I knew if I went to summer school, they were going to find a way to pass me, and somehow I'd get a B.
Especially in like subjects like math and science, where you need to know the basics before you move on to the more complicated stuff.
But let's say if your kid is failing 3 subjects, I think sometimes parents have a unrealistic expectation of what the kid could achieve.
Okay.
He probably ain't an A student. That probably ain't in the kid.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah. So what's your expectation?
But when your kid's not trying.
Right. But you probably don't have, maybe he just doesn't have it in him.
Well, look, I mean, it doesn't sound like she wants an A student. It sounds like she wants a kid to just move to the high school.
Get through.
Okay, so then you just...
Do enough to get by?
Yeah, because that's what I did. Because the world needs D students too, brother.
But you
no,
also
they don't. All D students can disappear. The world will be fine. Might be a better place, actually.
Dude, there's D jobs, and I was one of them D dudes.
Oh, wait, you're in it. You got D jobs?
Yeah.
So, like mother, like son. D's all over the place.
You also admit.
D's on over here. You got D's over here.
I get it.
You got D's in here. You got D's in here. She was all over D's nuts. Kimmy, I'm sorry, you were saying.
It's okay. You also admit, though, you got lucky because you talked your way through a couple things.
Yeah, you were supposed to graduate high school.
Right.
But I don't know what kind of opportunity a kid today would have to cut those kind of corners.
All right.
I don't know.
But it taught me critical thinking at the most important time.
You want to say that again into a microphone of people who hear you every day?
It taught me critical thinking. When my back was to the wall, I pulled that out of my you-know-what, and it worked.
No, you didn't pull out anything. You were just so annoying. They didn't want you back again.
But I do have.
I don't know if you did that on purpose.
He was playing the long game, Kimmy, from 7 years old. If I know the hell out of it, they gotta let me out of this place.
But it worked.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With this mother writing us on Facebook saying her son is failing 3 grades, the school has alerted them that he cannot go to summer school and move on to high school. He's in 8th grade, according to her Facebook message. If he's failing 3, he can only go to summer school for 2.
So he's that one. He's just got to pull out before summer school.
There's a threat of him being held back. The mother doesn't want it to happen, but she says the kid does not think it's going to happen to him. He's being lazy. Are there parents in this spot, no matter the age, that manage to turn things around for their kid like this at school? 252-WCMF. If this woman has a chance to get her kid to understand, her best shot at that would be what? How do you make this kid understand?
You don't like my idea.
Okay, well, but that takes personal motivation. You need the kid to be dialed in on that, and if the kid's not...
Well, reality check.
Is it money? Do you motivate him with money?
Does that ever work?
I don't know. Well, you were a rich-ass, spoiled-ass bitch, so not with you.
Oh.
What about an activity they're allowed to do, like taking something away?
But that's the old-fashioned, I'm going to ground you, I'm going to take that away.
Okay.
And I don't even know what that means today. With how connected kids are.
Well, phone. I mean, take that phone away. Life's over. Right. But here's the thing, man. I mean, even my parents tried to do that, and I had a great imagination. I just entertained myself.
Right.
You know what I mean? Anything you took away from me, I was going to be able to touch myself. And
he may be, to your point, and you just touched on it, he may be a super creative kid.
Okay.
But not in the areas that you want him to be creative.
Okay. Like you're doing that thing that everybody does. It's possible. It is very possible what you're describing is true. But not every lazy kid is like this super genius in some other way.
You might have a Tommy Rembrandt or something like that.
Tommy Rembrandt.
Yeah.
This age that she's at right now,
yeah.
8th grade would be around 13, 14.
Yeah, that's a tough age, too, emotionally for a boy.
Yes, and it's not just emotionally. You're right, the emotions start
showing
showing
we're talking
up.
boy right now.
Well, bro, boy.
That's a big time for a boy.
It's the time you start to realize they are now their own person. Because that kid in 7th, 8th grade starts to control what they will do and what they won't do.
And things are bubble up inside that child.
It's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you can punish and yell and threaten all you want, but if that kid legitimately doesn't care, they're not going to do whatever it is you want them to do, and it is infuriating. And every parent that's had a kid that age has been there before. Right, but like your kid thinks you're an idiot at that age too. Like I could look at my daughter having gone through all of this and been like, if you don't do this, no, it's different. And
that's my point. Like they don't think you know what you're talking about, so you're just barking. So why not let the kid fall on his face and see how he handles it? 252
WCMF 252-9263. All the great parents are calling in now.
We have nothing but great parents on the show.
We got Facebook messages coming in. Let's talk to Father of the Year, Teddy. He's on CMF. Hey, Teddy, what's up, buddy?
Ooh.
Good morning.
Morning.
Listen, everything what the kid do is everything is start from home. If you don't enforce the kid going to school properly or learn on the daily basis, the kid is going to go all over the places.
Okay, so you're blaming the mom who's writing us asking for help here.
Not the mom, it's the parent. I mean, I know, unfortunately, so many kids around here, right, while in this country, they have only single parent. That is part of the problem.
Okay, but Teddy, I will say this from personal experience. I had both my parents at home. My dad spent money for me to go to a really nice private school. My parents, credit to them, did everything they could to try and get me to straighten up and fly right, and it got to a point where I was just like, nah. Like I can't fault my parents for the idiot that I've become, Teddy. It was my fault, but I didn't realize.
Teddy came up tough.
Teddy Debbie?
Yeah. Right?
Listen, Duffy, look at where you're at right now. I'm hoping that you have better life than your parent, right?
Yeah.
Just about everybody has.
There we go. There is goal for the parent. What you hope is your kids have better life than you do.
No, I'm with you 100%, man. I'm with you 100%. But the spot that I'm in, I got lucky, man. Every single aspect had to line up perfectly. It was like the solar eclipse of my life. Like, I should not be here. I should not have married the woman that I married. I shouldn't have the kids that I have. I should be stuck with you all day because that's penance for the puppet show back in what was my former life. But, Teddy, like, and what you're saying is logically true. But I do believe there are parents that do the right thing, and they have the best intentions, and despite all that, their kid just goes, nah,
well,
and there's nothing
soft.
you can do.
Yeah. The kids get soft.
Yeah, but you have to watch your kid when who they hanging out with. Okay. You have to pay attention to those things.
What's that?
Right?
I mean, who was I hanging out with at 15? All good people. Like, you know. Well, yeah, like that.
How do you know that?
That 45-year-old guy that was buying me drinks at the comedy club. Like that's standard high school stuff,
you
right?
learn weights and measurements.
Well, and also here the sad part is a lot of kids here. They don't have to pay anything from elementary school to high school. Different country like where I came from. I have to get into the school by myself, and then I have to pay monthly basis. And then the people here doesn't want to go to school. That is very sad.
Well, Tommy, this is a very, and you're right, Teddy, I agree with you, but it's very in my village kind of thing. You were going to do it? No, you're not going to do it?
In my village, we would swim to the school, and then if you didn't listen, they would beat you with the fish.
Shut the hell up, Toby.
Teddy, we love you, buddy. Everything you said is logically true. I agree with what you're saying. I do feel, however, there are just some kids that are just going to go like, nah. But Teddy, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Have a good rest of the day. There goes Teddy, Father of the Year. I'm so great in my village.
Yeah, but he's got that story that he could throw in the kid's face. You know what I mean?
Well, and his kids have been successful.
Yeah. But he also came up tough, poor.
Well, but here's the thing, man. I could throw that in my kid's face too. My kids just go like so.
Yeah.
Like you can tell.
Make something up.
I can make it up. They go so.
Yeah.
Like I've told.
And even if you make it up, eventually you're going to be exposed.
Yeah.
Your kid's going to find out everything.
Yeah, I mean, Kimmy found that out about her dad.
All right.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, this mom, she asks us not to use her name, writes us a Facebook message. 8th grade son says he's currently failing 3 of his classes. He was told that he can only go to summer school for 2. So if he's failing 3 at the end of the year, he will not move on to the high school. And she says the kid's just lazy. He doesn't think it's going to happen to him. She says she does everything she can. She has him after school. They brought him places to see if he had learning issues. She said none were uncovered. Says he's a nice kid, just doesn't care about his grades. And she came to us, which, by the way, what a compliment. Hey, idiots.
But she's right.
Okay, but, like, you don't have to say it.
We be what we be.
Okay, fine. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mark. Hey, Mark, what's up, buddy?
How you doing today?
Good, Mark. What do you got?
Good. That guy that you just described, that student, that was me. All right?
Okay.
I didn't care about anything. My parents tried everything to get me to, and I failed 9th grade. Done. Couldn't get to summer school, failed 9th grade. But let me tell you what, going back the next year, everything was easier, bro. I swear.
We already did it.
It was like a review. Exactly. It was like a big review for me.
Okay. All right. So that was you see it as a benefit, not a negative.
It can be a benefit. I mean, it depends on the student himself.
But did it change your attitude?
If he wants to succeed, it's going to, if he wants to be a dirtbag, well, then he's going to be a dirtbag.
Now, Mark, let me ask you this, because Mark brings up a good point.
Right.
The idea of holding a kid back is not supposed to be a punishment. The idea is the kid didn't learn this stuff.
Right.
So we're going to give it to him again.
Yeah.
But it's turned into this punishment. Mark, what do you think kept you at 14 from just shutting down and being like, screw it, I don't even care anymore?
The socialization aspect of it. I love to socialize.
Okay.
So you lost all that.
And that was my thing, girls, friends, things like that. I paid more attention the first year to that than I did actually going to school, and I paid for it the first year. But afterwards, next year, and the funny thing is, 10th grade was a new school, so all my friends went on, just like you said.
Oh.
And I stayed back and had to make new friends and so on and so forth. But it all worked out good.
So you're saying even if the worst case scenario happens with this kid, this mom shouldn't be terrified. It could be a benefit, not a negative.
Agreed.
All right, Mark, thanks for the story, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Right.
And that was kind of my point to begin with.
What?
Hold him back. Let him fall on his face. If it happens, it'll be a wake-up call.
Sure. Let me ask you a question.
Huh.
If there's someone we knew with an 8th grade son,
yeah,
and we're dumbasses.
We probably do.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We're huge dumbasses.
Yeah.
And we find out that kid is held back, can't go to high school. You'd sit here privately and be like, oh, man, you know what? This is good for the kid. He's going to be...
Just like his daddy. Daddy dumbass got a dumbass son.
I wonder if parents...
Hold back Harold.
I mean, listening to Mark's story...
Yeah.
I mean, he went back and he actually learned it as opposed to trying to catch up and get to the next grade where maybe you fall behind again. I wonder if parents would rather their kid, if they knew they were going to go back again and learn it all and absorb it, or if they would just want to push them through to the next grade to see, what happens.
And that's the other thing I was thinking about reading this Facebook message. You bring up a great point. Like the average parent, this woman specifically, are they more concerned for their kid's future or the embarrassment of having a kid either in summer school or held back a year?
It's the second.
Okay, and if it is embarrassment, there shouldn't be judgment for this woman. If that's what her legitimate concern is, because we know how other parents can be when they see a kid screwing up. If their mother would have fill in the blank, well, that kid wouldn't have these issues.
There's a shame to being held back.
Yes.
And you're probably friends with a lot of your kids' friends' parents.
Yes.
So, yeah.
I mean, Tommy, there's shame to summer school. Your parents were embarrassed by you.
Oh, yeah.
My old man was super embarrassed by me with my epic summer school run of 6th grade all the way up to my junior year of high school.
Didn't you get your doctorate in summer school?
You?
I know.
Of all people?
I know.
If someone wants to call up the show, they could say that.
Bro, summer was my busy season between summer school and camps.
But as a grown-ass person, I start to understand why. Our parents thought they did the best they could. Your dad chucked money. He brought you to therapists. Had you tried to have you diagnosed with whatever's wrong with you. They still haven't found it to this day. And nothing worked.
But that pushing that kid, to your point, just dragging him through and it ain't clicking, that holding back probably ain't a bad idea.
Yeah, but again, man,
you're not... boy.
You trying to help or not? You trying to help this kid or not?
Well, I'm just trying to let you know where the pitfalls might be.
We got Facebook messages coming in. Were you going to say something, Kimmy? I'm sorry.
Nope.
Okay. Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Ray writes us, grades are overrated. Schools don't teach all kids the way they need to be taught. It sounds like this kid needs some kind of alternative. He's not dumb. He's being failed by the system.
Ooh, have you ever known a smart Ray? Good luck.
Hold on.
A smart Ray.
Hold on.
We didn't. Here's a known fact. We did not put one Ray in space. You can't say Rays in space because it ain't happening.
No, Ray Stantz from the Ghostbusters. Guy's a scientist.
Character.
Dude's a scientist,
a made-up character.
Raymond James, the financial institute.
It's not his full name.
Shut up.
They don't call him Ray.
Ray James? Look.
Raymond James. You only know that from a stadium.
I do. Yeah, that's what I literally just said, dumbass. You need summer school for the conversation we're having right now. I love you. You work out great doing all this stuff. You still have no listening comprehension, you idiot. Held back. Toss back Tommy over here. More ways than one, I hear. Going to this, grades are overrated. The kid's not dumb. He needs an alternative. That's a dangerous argument.
Well, that's trade school.
Oh, well, I was thinking, or homeschool, because if your parents threatened you with homeschool, would that have kicked your ass into shape?
Well, back in the day, because you would have had to like have your mom standing over you. Now, I mean, you can pay for these like online courses where it's not my parents aren't involved. And by the way, what parent has the time and money to do that?
Right.
Look, there is some merit to the idea that not every kid learns the same. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But schools now are much better about that than they were when we were kids. And like Ray writing this Facebook message that, schools don't teach. This kid sounds like he needs some kind of alternative. He's not dumb. Ray doesn't know anything about this kid. We don't know anything about this kid.
Yeah.
He just made an assumption. And the kid needs to get his grades up because that's the spot he's in right now. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you have to do. It's like arguing an unemployed person isn't the right fit for a job they got fired from because they didn't let them work the way he was comfortable. Right? Like, if Tommy demanded, I'm working from home from now on, he doesn't have the radio talent where the station would allow that. That takes big timers, buddy. And you'll never be that guy.
See, you're radio shaming me.
Bruh.
But he ain't that guy either.
Look, I mean, whether it's true or not, that guy that doesn't keep working because he doesn't get to work the way he wants to, that paycheck ain't coming in.
True.
Let's just like with this kid, if he doesn't learn this way, you got to get the grades.
Mm-hmm.
It's a zero-sum game.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that's the right way. That's how dumb I am.
I feel bad for the kid.
Yeah, I do too. It's hit close to home.
Oh, yeah, I've been through it. You've been through it.
And like every time... I'm too soft on these kids too, man. Like if I hear a kid I know is going through something like
I
this.
was just gonna ask, like going through it, do you think you would give better advice to this kid? Like, would you have listened to somebody in your shoes as a kid warn them about what's to come if you don't do it?
No. And here's what's terrible about you and I specifically. We got really lucky.
Yes.
Unbelievably lucky to sit in the chairs that we're in. Yeah. So, like, if I'm, I always wanted to do this.
Yeah.
Right? So, if I'm in 8th grade and I'm failing 3 classes and the guy that's on the radio comes to me and goes, you're going to end up like me. Awesome.
Sign me up.
Okay, yeah, high fives all over the place. I shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be here. Kimmy should be here.
Yes.
So, like, what is it going to take? And no, even if I was a disaster of a human being, I still wouldn't listen to that guy because that's not me. I know what I'm doing. Man. It's overrated, man.
Yeah, I know.
All right, let's take a break. Kimmy, I think you're off here. Like, way off here.
Maybe. Fashion. I mean, that's how you laugh.
You doing her doing you.
That's a show.
We've reached impression. Kimmy, I am not arguing that this place is wonderful.
Yeah, I don't see why this would be a bad thing.
It's because of the time of year.
All right.
Because this stuff ain't great.
But if it's there, you're probably going to eat it.
Well, what are they pushing?
Well, we'll find out. Tell you all about it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Look, I get the excitement of this business going mobile. It's a great business, right? Rochester staple. But, Kimmy, I think the plan's wrong. And I think you're wrong.
Okay.
And
I'm willing to hear you out.
And I think you're stupid, too. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester Classic Rock,
right.
96.5 WCMF. Over the weekend, it was announced.
What we getting?
You're familiar with, is it shoots or shuts? Because I've heard it both ways.
I thought it was shuts,
Okay.
but that's just how I read it in my head. So
The
I could be wrong.
legendary apple farm out in Webster.
Oh, yeah.
Is it shoots or shuts?
I think it's shuts.
SCHUTTS, that place.
Yeah.
Now, they've been doing business for years down on the farm.
Institution out that way.
It's one of those go-to spots if you live in that area for all the fall fun. But this summer, the farm is coming to you with their new donut trailer food truck.
Like fry cakes.
Yep, and it sounds like they're going to be making cider in there as well. Kimmy, did I see that?
Hell yeah.
And you are pumped.
Yeah, this is like a game changer in food trucks. Like, I can't think of anything.
A game changer in food truck technology.
It's a dessert truck.
Yeah.
Oh, breakfast.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
Breakfast food truck.
Okay.
Coffee and fry cake.
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, why wouldn't you be all in on getting a donut not in the fall?
Okay, so here's why. Now, it says in this story they're going to be putting around in the summertime like when other food trucks go out.
Yeah.
Right? Donuts and cider are not a summertime food.
Well, they do sell donuts.
Fry cakes and cider are not a summertime food. Shoots, shuts, it's amazing. I love the place. I love going there.
I think you're wrong.
But I cannot eat.
But it's only because it's not usually available in the summer.
No.
You know what's going to get you, man?
The smell.
The rhythm.
The smell, the rhythm of the night. It's going to be that smell.
Yeah.
She's right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Like, you're going to forget all about fall.
There is no worse a summertime drink than cider. It's like a winter coat in a cup.
Well, you don't have to drink it hot.
No, I understand. Even cold cider, like once it gets inside you, warms you up. That's why we drink it in the fall, man. Am I wrong?
Well, cider does go through you.
Oh, you're worried about the...
Well, I don't want the summer trots. Summer trots. Don't look at my behind.
No, I'm telling you, man, like if it's 80 degrees, the last thing that I want is a fry cake
Really?
and cider. 100%.
We eat a lot of hot foods in the summer.
And like Dunkin', they sell donuts in the summer.
No, I get
All
it, but
those
it's
food
not a...
trucks. It's hot food coming out.
Okay. It's different. I can't describe it to you. I just know that fry cakes and cider are not summer foods. And if I'm walking around Fairport Canal Days or Cornhill and I'm hot and I'm sweaty and I need something to eat and drink, the last thing I'm thinking about is cider and a fry cake.
What if it's like fry cake sundae? Like you put ice cream on there.
See, I never got that either.
What?
Like, when we worked at Luigia's at separate times, they used to have those like apple crisp sundaes. Yeah,
they'd bring them out in the like late summer, early fall.
I always thought the people that bought those were psychos.
And by the way, you're thinking of like that perfect time of the year where we really have summer. Mm-hmm. But summer starts, it's kind of cold and damp, and it ends pretty quick. So all those food truck rodeos probably go into colder weather.
Did you say kind of cold? No, listen. In the fall time, this makes perfect sense. You're right. There can be food truck rodeos in the fall, and I'm in. I'm all in. Even something like the Rock Holiday Village, which does the food trucks.
God, yeah.
This would crush.
Yes.
But the idea...
You don't think you could sell it in the summer?
I don't know if... I mean,
but
maybe
they must sell a lot of this stuff in the summer, apparently.
Do they run it in the summer?
I don't know, but apparently they...
There's a guy I know that says in the summer, apples are out of season.
Well, they are.
You bitch.
Or maybe they take the ones that they didn't sell and they turn them into cider.
That would still be... Okay, all right, maybe. I don't know. I've never gone to an apple farm in the summertime.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
And think about this, man. You go to an apple farm in like late August, early September when it's still like 80 degrees out. It sucks. It sucks hard.
Yeah.
It sucks hard, sucks long.
So you say this is going to be a flopola?
I'm not saying it's going to be a flop. I'm saying it's not for me, and I'm surprised that Kimmy is so excited because I figured we had similar food tastes.
I love options, and I feel like this provides a food truck that doesn't already exist. It's a unique idea.
Okay. 252 WCMF. It's definitely unique. We're talking about shoots, shuts. We still have not figured out the pronunciations. I've heard both.
I've never heard shoots. I've heard shuts.
Okay, so we'll go with shuts then, and then someone's going to be, it's actually shoots, stupid,
shut your mouth.
They are establishing a food truck. It'll be a cider fry cake food truck. It looks great. The food looks great. Mm-hmm. But I don't get this as a summer food, despite the fact that Kimmy's going to be following it around like a dead show.
So you're saying you can only eat this stuff in the fall?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm telling you.
I guess we haven't tried eating it year-round.
Okay. Would you eat a full turkey dinner in July?
Yeah.
You lie.
Why wouldn't you?
We've never tried.
Well, yeah, because nobody makes it.
Doesn't seem right.
Yeah, but that's different. That's like a whole spread.
How do you know? How you know you would
I
love
eat a turkey sandwich in the
Yeah.
Yeah, but
summertime.
you wouldn't have yams and green bean casserole and big old piece of pie.
So you would turn that
Summer
down.
pie.
Let's leave your mom in her bathing suit out of this.
You would turn down a full Thanksgiving meal in the summertime just because it's against your your food eating principles.
I'm not saying I turn it down. I'm saying it's going to hit differently in July than it's going to hit in November. That's all
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
saying.
I guess maybe there ain't a big line for that. But I'm as a former fatty,
Mm-hmm.
I was always in the mood for a donut. It could
Yeah.
be. I ate donuts in Florida in muggy weather. I've had muggy donuts.
Muggy donuts.
One of the funniest comics to come out of South Florida was Muggy Donuts.
Ladies and gentlemen, opening up for Chesty Bosoms, Muggy Donuts. Let's talk to Johnny. Hey, Johnny, what's going on, brother?
What's up, guys? When I was living out west, I wanted to support a local cidery, and the farmer's name was Dickens, and they served their cider hot.
Yeah.
And I got a shirt that said, Hot Dickens Cider. Ayo!
That's great.
I think they canceled the old BJ Shea show.
That's great, man. Hey, how did you come up with a punchline older than any of the punchline Tommy uses? How is that possible? He did a reference to Groucho Marx and Audrey Hepburn this morning, and that was the worst punchline ever. All right, so Kimmy's all up for her summertime. You look like you have something to read that's going to back you up here.
No,
Her face lit up. She got all excited.
This is backing you up. Debbie wrote us that it is pronounced shoots.
Thank
At
you.
least that's
I've
how
never
people
heard
in
anybody
Webster
call it
pronounce it,
shoots.
she said.
Shoot, no, I thought it was Shoots.
I'm an old
Applefly.
Webster boy.
Not an old Webster boy. You
My
live
old
there.
stomping ground.
You didn't leave your empty house except to go to the bar, and that's before hard cider was even like in trend, man.
True.
Man. We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next in the break room on CMF. That's going to be a Rapperoo.
Audio Friday. Oh, excuse me. Monday. Rapperoo.
You could not have been more wrong.
Well, any other day would have been more wrong.
No, like Tuesday's close to Monday. Wednesday, a little bit further, but closer than Friday. Thursday, sure, you're ridiculous, but you picked the farthest day away.
Keep it in my mind. It's always Friday.
It's Friday o'clock somewhere, right,
buddy?
That's
right, buddy.
Okay. We got to get out of the way. Tomorrow is Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, that new hot segment.
What's that called?
Where's Kimmy hanging in the hood?
If you are watching our live stream, you see that I bought tacks.
Yeah.
So we have our star chart up on the wall and hanging in pure straight up visibility. It's
over here.
Okay, yeah, just take your time.
All right.
What was going on? That was the most old man thing you've ever done. Is that someone? Ah!
Well, I couldn't see it. I was looking over there. I thought it'd be over your head.
No.
It should be over there.
No, Kimmy's going to
could be,
because you want to see it.
But wouldn't you be worried about him adding stars when we're not looking?
I'm the one that's going to add stars?
Yeah, it should be over my head.
Why?
Oh.
Everything we do is over your head.
Well, it doesn't matter either way. We only have one star in the chart right now.
Yeah, and who owns that star? The goat.
Shut
Star
up.
goat.
This guy.
No, you look like what a goat would look like if it had sex with a human and produced a baby.
Goat boy.
Yeah, you have
Doesn't they have isn't there like some goat boy in Greek stuff? Wasn't there like a half boy, half?
Pan,
Yeah.
I don't know. But wasn't there like a half?
You're talking about the
goat
Lion, the
kid?
Witch, and the Wardrobe. That's not Greek mythology. I don't know.
I don't
Shut
know
up.
what they look like. He was walking around
creature.
Greece.
I forget what they're called.
Shut up. Everyone shut up. I don't want to do this right now. We're done. I made
Okay.
it. We got through.
You brought up the goat, not me.
No, you literally brought up the goat.
No, you said I look like
goat.
I
You
had
said
it.
I am the goat.
You said I look like goat boy.
Happy Friday, everybody. Where they whining tomorrow after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who wants some hot donuts in the summer.
I will eat a hot donut in the summer.
Hot damn donuts in the summer. For Tommy Ulay, who loves some donuts in the summer, too. If I ate donuts, but I don't, because I'm arguing with something I never do, man.
Goats don't eat donuts.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.